Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Mist face off on Italy in a match where the favorite looks strong. Ignis holds a significant lead in a head-to-head record. Well, he's normally the favorite in this rivalry, but Mist is looking like he can flip the script today. Things have completely leveled out now. One apiece. That's a rough stretch for the opponent, who has dropped his last 10. What a scramble. That was almost a complete trade, but Mist manages to scrape through with the win. He's definitely playing better than those last few series suggested. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece, total chaos now. The gap between these two on the ladder is practically non-existent. Ignis manages to reclaim the lead, moving ahead 3-2. Both players are just lightning quick today. These rounds are ending in a heartbeat. Mist surges ahead, now leading the count 4-3. Looking at the ratings, we're essentially seeing a mirror match here. He's simply refusing to let up, extending his run to 3 straight. He's looking a lot sharper than those last 10 series would suggest. Simply unstoppable right now. That's 4 on the bounce for Mist. He's putting on a clinic after those tough losses to Havoc and Aster. A sharp reaction there, and Ignis finally manages to shift the pressure back onto his opponent. He is truly showing a lot of heart right now, keeping this comeback alive as we approach the half. A perfect way to enter the final frame of the half. Mist holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is a huge shift in momentum. He came in as a heavy underdog, but is outplaying the favorite right now. Let's see if the momentum holds. A completely clean sequence for Ignis to keep the pressure mounting. A high-stakes duel between two of the most consistent names on the ladder. Mist is managing the pressure a lot better than usual, given that he walked into this server on a 10-game losing streak. He's clearly shaken off that poor run of form. He's looking incredibly composed right now. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange, clawing back into this game with a desperate final shot. Absolute nails for that final exchange. Mist continues to dominate, pushing his lead to 9-7. Goodness, that was an absolute brawl. He barely makes it out of there alive. He's really flipping the long-term script on this one. Another smooth exchange for Ignis, who continues to chip away at that lead. He's fighting to maintain his status as the higher seed here. Mist is putting on quite a display here. He's firmly in control and refusing to give any ground. Purely effortless. He's staying steady in this chase to close the gap. The underdog is certainly making his mark on this series. He's showing a lot of grit, securing his second straight point to narrow the gap. He's simply on fire, erasing that lead entirely to tie the series up. Both of them are just a few pixels away from taking control. A complete shutdown of the encounter, putting him just one step away from victory. Absolutely electric, he forces a total deadlock, pushing this battle straight into overtime. He's simply refusing to back down, securing another effortless round to keep the pressure on. A quick finish to cap off that sequence. We've hit the absolute limit of parity here. This is a toss-up at its finest. An absolute battle of wills between two top 30 players. Mist is putting everything on the line here, stubbornly refusing to let the lead slip away. A real grind for the higher ranked side today. A fierce response from Ignis, refusing to let the match slip away in the extra frames. The veteran experience is really starting to show under this kind of pressure. He's completely untouchable in this exchange, moving within a single point of victory. Absolute madness, he shuts the door on this series and takes the victory. He barely survived a few of those firefights, but that final clutch was just a different level of precision. What a way to end it. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line today as Aster takes on Mist in this exciting duel. Aster has historically been the far more successful player in these matchups, winning 65% of their head-to-heads. It's a massive gap in confidence for Mist, who is currently trying to shake off a very long losing streak. Let's see if he can actually turn this around. Absolute perfection from the top seed, extending his lead to a clean 3-0. He just brushes him off the ramp, continuing this terrifying run. Finally, a response from Mist, getting a clean headshot to get back on the board. The lower seed is fighting for every single round here. He refuses to buckle, securing another fast point to keep the pressure on. He's finally starting to chip away at that early deficit. He shuts him down completely on the ramp to maintain this momentum. He's completely flipped the script from how this started. Unreal, Aster barely survives that scrap from the ramp, clutching the win with a sliver of health. The skill gap between these two is really starting to show. Aster is showing exactly why he's ranked in the top 10 of our rating system. He's simply outclassing his opponent in the direct exchanges today. It's a stark contrast to the odds going into this, as Mist is really struggling to keep up with that pace. He's really showing some grit here, continuing this push and narrowing the gap right before the half. He's really digging in his heels right now. We're tied up at 6-all. I mean, this is a complete toss-up right now. Mist is refusing to let the favorite pull away, fighting back against that early 4-round push from Aster. Fresh start for both guys here. A fierce exchange, but Mist comes out on top to take control of the series. Things are looking very different from the pre-match predictions. What a scramble! Aster just barely escapes with his life after knocking Mist off the ramp. He just can't seem to keep a lead for long. Aster is putting on quite a clinic from that ramp, really starting to pull away now. The gap in the rankings is starting to weigh on the underdog. Mist is just relentless right now, evening things up with an effortless shot. Aster claws back into the lead at 9-8. The A game we expected from the 9th ranked seed is returning. Aster has now carved out a 2-round cushion. He's certainly making his recent struggles look evident today. He's just completely taken over, marking a 3rd straight victory to extend the lead. Mist shows some real heart here, picking him off the ramp to stay in this fight. He's definitely not letting the higher seed cruise to a victory. Another huge response from Mist, proving he's far from finishing this contest. He's completely shut down the momentum swing. And the deadlock returns. He's absolutely on fire right now, bringing this match all the way back to a tie. Aster finds a lightning fast kill to put himself 1 step away from victory. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to stop the bleeding. Absolute madness. He has forced a stalemate, sending us straight into overtime. The underdog has clawed his way back to a complete dead heat. A total shutdown there, and the momentum has completely swung back to the underdog. Absolute precision on the trigger there. What an incredible run. He secures another win from the ramp to stretch the gap to 14-12. Aster puts up a huge fight here, answering back instantly to keep the game alive. He's refusing to let that rank difference dictate the outcome. We've got a complete stalemate now, and the tension is just through the roof. Coming off a tough loss to Ignis just before this. A crisp shot puts Mist on the brink of an incredible victory. A huge shift in the power dynamic we've seen today. Unbelievable. Mist closes out the series with a stunning final burst to secure the match. He's finally broken that brutal slump with a massive statement. Aster fought tooth and nail, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We're on Mappas for a clash between Ignis and Aster. Let's see if the favorite can pull through. Ignis enters this one with a clear lead in their head-to-head history, winning over half of their past 83 matches, but is facing someone with a much higher rating on our ladder. It will be interesting to see if that raw skill gap can outweigh the mental edge Ignis has held throughout their rivalry. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that chaotic trade, securing a narrow 2-1 lead. Aster has traditionally played very well on this specific map. There was a fast clash on the ramp, and Ignis is really starting to push the advantage here. Aster gets a nice bit of leverage from the ramp to tie things up. He's clearly playing to his higher ladder rank. Total deadlock now. We're all square at 3 apiece. He's really starting to lean into that rating advantage. Unbelievable confidence from Aster, who just puts together a 3-round tier. He is really starting to flex that top 12 ranking. The momentum has completely shifted and he is just powering through now. That's a huge swing for the slight underdog here. A fierce exchange there, but Ignis eventually edges out the win to keep things close. We're back to a dead heat at 5-5. A very consistent showing from the favorite so far. Ignis just refuses to let up, claiming a third straight round to take a slight lead. Coming off that victory against Mist earlier, he's looking sharp. We're all tied up at 6 each. Honestly, this first half has lived up to the hype. Both players are fighting for every inch and things are playing out exactly how we expected they would. Fresh starts for both players here. Ignis grabs the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. He is really playing to his advantage in this series. Aster claws back to tie it up at 7-0. He's showing exactly why he's sitting higher in the top quartile. Ignis just out-dueled Aster on the ramp and he's really starting to put the pressure on here. Ignis has stepped up his game with a 60% win rate in his most recent 10 matches. It's interesting because he's really managing to capitalize on that momentum to put Aster on the defensive. The question now is if Aster can find a way to break this run. Aster is showing great resolve, putting up another fight to stay in this game. A quick answer there to put a stop to that slide. Ignis is really extending his lead and making it a very uphill battle for Aster here. Absolute control on that encounter. He's now just 1 round away from the victory. The pressure is just too much for Aster to handle right now. What a way to close it out! Ignis simply shuts the door on this series. He just couldn't find a way past those lightning fast reactions, and that's exactly why his record against this guy is so shaky. Welcome to the stream. We've got Ignis and Mist facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Ignis has a clear historical advantage with a 61% win rate against Mist. It's a pattern that usually holds up when these two clash. We'll see if Mist can break that cycle today. Mist claws back to make it a dead heat. It's a battle of the middle of the pack today. Ignis holds a narrow edge with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly carrying a bit more momentum from his recent matches. Ignis is really starting to pull away from the start here. The recent form is telling, as he's been much more consistent lately. He is completely in control now, making it 3 straight for the leader. It feels like a continuation of their recent clash on Italy P. Absolutely untouchable. He secures a 4th straight victory to take a commanding lead. A fierce exchange here, but he comes out on top to extend the streak to 5. He's really putting that rank 26 rating on display right now. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak alive at 6. He's playing with immense confidence after that strong start to the day. Pure brilliance from that side, and he's now racked up 7 in a row. His recent form has definitely been the stronger of the two. Finally, a look of success for Mist to break that momentum. His all-time win rate is nearly identical to that of his opponent. Unreal. That was a total slugfest, and he barely clings to survival with just 14 health. He's fighting back hard after that tight loss on Italy P. Ignis takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. That 7-round tier really separated the two players in the first half. Misty trying to fight back after a tough start, but he is really battling against his own 10% win rate over the last 10 games. It is a steep mountain to climb when you're playing against someone who is essentially the opposite of that right now. Both players were trading heavy fire in an absolute war, but Ignis survives the chaos by a hair. Incredible. Mist manages to survive on a sliver of health after knocking him off the ramp. Absolutely nails the timing on that one to secure the point. Mist is starting to find an answer for him, cutting into that lead with 2 straight rounds. A completely clean exchange that puts Ignis just 1 round away from victory. He is really asserting himself as the dominant force in this pair. Game over, Ignis closes out a tough duel to secure the victory. He just looked far too comfortable on this map today, practically owning the pace from the jump. Welcome to the show, everyone. Aster and Mist are facing off today on Fast Aim to see who takes the win. Mist came out swinging early, catching Aster right there on the ramp. A shaky start for the higher rated player. Aster has historically beaten this opponent 64% of the time. But those records are starting to feel like ancient history. Mist has absolutely taken over the most recent encounters between these two, making it look like he has the mental edge right now. A sharp response here as Aster refuses to back down further. He's starting to look a lot more like the favorite now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that trade, clawing back another round with just a sliver of health left. He's truly putting a lot of pressure on the line now. Mist still holds a commanding lead at 4-2. He's definitely fighting through a tough morning after those two losses today. That was a total shutdown. Aster keeps his cool to pull within one. He's completely tightened up his game now. What a fight! He nearly goes down, but digs deep to tie this series up at 4-4. He is simply refusing to let this match slip away. Mist grabs the lead back, putting him up 5-4. The lower seeded man is playing with total confidence right now. Absolute perfection. Aster shuts him down from the ramp, and we are completely level at 5-5. Aster is on a roll, securing another win to claim a narrow lead before the break. That's a huge push as we head toward the mid-game break. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, the match is living up to the hype. As both guys trade blows, Mist is playing a bit above his usual level today and keeping the pressure high. Time to see who blinks first. He's looking incredibly strong right now, simply picking Mist off the ramp to extend his lead. The favorite is starting to really find his footing here. Mist is playing out of his mind, shutting that down quickly from the ramp to keep things level. He's fighting through a very rough stretch of form lately. Mist clinches the narrow edge, leading 8-7. What a response! Aster plucks him right off the ramp to bring things completely level. The pressure is mounting for the man at the bottom of the bracket. Mist manages to pull ahead once more at 9-8. His recent form looks drastically improved compared to those first few games. Aster effortlessly wipes him off the ramp to tie this whole series up. He's doing everything he can to keep this match from slipping. Mist is absolutely on fire today, easily picking Aster off the ramp to take a narrow lead. What a statement! Aster just wiped the slate clean, bringing this battle back to an even 10-all. These two are trading everything back and forth, and the momentum is just swinging wildly. He secures a huge advantage from the ramp, putting him just one round away from victory. Hard to believe the underdog is the one closing in. Aster is simply refusing to die, keeping his hopes alive with an incredibly fast reaction. He closes the door with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really put the higher rank in his place with that final surge. Aster just couldn't find an answer for him. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Ignis and Aster facing off to see who takes the victory today. Ignis currently holds a commanding 48-36 lifetime lead in their head-to-head history, and based on his current form, it looks like he's continuing to get into Aster's head today. I wonder if Aster can shake off this slump and put his higher rating to use. Ignis is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's fighting through a really tough stretch of games today. Ignis is just too quick today, taking Aster right off that box. Aster is definitely feeling that cold stretch from earlier today. Aster really stepped up there, taking out Ignis while he was perched up high. We're all square now with a deadlock at 3 apiece. It's a complete flip from how his day started. Absolute perfection from Aster, who is now rolling with a 3-round surge. He's proving why he's the higher rated man on the ladder. A sharp response from Ignis to put things back on even terms. He is really leaning into that momentum from his win over Mist earlier. Aster is looking sharp, quickly picking off Ignis from the ground while he was perched up. He's fighting to get out of that rough patch from today. Aster is just too fast for him, knocking him right off that high perch. The higher seed is finally starting to flex that quality. Aster is simply untouchable right now, securing another easy round to push his lead before we head into the break. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely defying his recent poor results to stay in control. He's leaning on his map experience to keep Ignis at bay. Fresh start for both guys. Ignis wakes up from that break with a clean hit, narrowing the gap to 6-7. He's proving to be a real threat in this series. Aster is really fighting to reverse his recent trend, having gone 0-3 in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's trying to shake off that slump to get back to his usual standard. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going through the next few rounds. Aster completely shuts the door from his perch, securing another victory. That's a huge shift for the man coming in as the underdog. Just an absolute cruise for the man in control, extending his current run to 4. The gap in their overall win rates is becoming very apparent here. That was a grueling exchange, but Ignis managed to come out on top after a fierce firefight. His recent form is looking much steadier than that of his opponent. A brutal reaction time from Aster to shut that down, bringing him right to the edge of victory. A clutch response from Ignis to stay in the game, though he's still facing a steep climb. He is definitely determined to avoid another defeat today. Ignis stays aggressive on the box to stop Aster from closing this out right now. A fierce battle of attrition, but he digs deep to keep this improbable comeback alive. He's completely flipped the script on how this map started. Unbelievable. He's just completely stripped away any momentum Aster had with that clean shot. What a turnaround. He's completely seized the wheel now. What a finish. Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series victory. He's finally stopped that losing skid and managed to stand his ground. Ignis put up a hell of a fight today. What a match. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis and Mist facing off today, with Ignis heading into this one as the favorite. Mist came out aggressive and managed to pick Ignis right off that box to start us off. Tough start for him after that close defeat to Aster. Ignis has an incredibly strong head-to-head record here, winning over 60% of their previous meetings. It's no surprise seeing him trade rounds early on, when he usually holds such a clear advantage over Mist. It'll be interesting to see if that historical edge starts to widen. Unreal. He manages to claw out a win from the ramp with almost nothing left in the tank. He looks completely in control after a rough outing against Aster. Mist responds quickly and clears him off the boost. It's been a tough afternoon for both players so far. Ignis is pulling ahead with a healthy 2-round cushion. He's a force of nature today, having already put up a massive result against him earlier. Ignis has a firm grip on this, leading 5-2. That was almost instantaneous. He secures the advantage from the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight. What a fight, he just barely survives that exchange to get back in the game. A tight clash, given how close their ratings are on the ladder. Ignis has been on a real tear lately, with a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's definitely playing with a level of confidence that Mist just hasn't found today. He really needs to find a way to break this momentum. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the top seed is doing exactly what we thought he would today. Mist is hanging in there, but he's still struggling to close the gap. Time to see if Mist can adjust. He's showing some real grit, shutting down that exchange completely to keep the pressure on. He's finally shaking off that shaky start he had against Aster. What a performance, catching Ignis right off the ramp to bring the series all the way back to a deadlock. Total reset on the board now. Absolutely crushing it now, as he keeps this roll going to take a slim lead. It's a complete reversal from the early lead we saw here. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing a 4th straight to extend his lead. The underdog is completely flipping the script right now. This is getting wild. He's now 5 rounds straight in an unbelievable surge toward the finish. His current form is vastly outclassing the original projections for this map. Ignis finally answers back with a perfect burst from the ramp to halt that run. He's finally showing the kind of composure we expected earlier. He just completely shut that down, continuing his push to close the gap. A real test of nerves for the higher seeded player now. Absolutely effortless. That's another one for Ignis, who has now completely erased the deficit. He's completely taken over, sweeping the opposition right off that ramp for a 4th straight. A slow burn duel that ended in a clean strike, bringing everything back to a dead heat. Everything just hit the reset button for these two. A totally clean finish gives Ignis a huge advantage as he pushes for the win. He's looking lean and focused heading into this final stretch. Incredible! Mist manages to force the issue once more, sending this entire series into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. He just won't go away, clawing back the lead with sheer persistence. His resilience is becoming the story of the match. He's on a rampage now, picking the favorite off the ramp to move just one step away from victory. That is a textbook example of clinical precision. He's absolutely relentless, pushing the lead to 15-12 and putting himself just one win away from the victory. What a finish, Mist! Seals the deal with a final burst to take the series. He really put those head-to-head numbers to waste in a performance we'll be talking about for a while. Just an unbelievable turn of events in overtime. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Aster taking on Mist today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a commanding 81-46 lead in their overall history. But that historical gap is starting to look a bit irrelevant. It's clear Mist has really figured out how to deal with this specific opponent lately. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's finally showing that superior rating advantage. The tide has completely turned. Aster has fought back from the deficit to level things up. This is exactly why we expected a higher seeded player to prevail. Just a lightning fast flick to secure another round. The momentum has completely shifted. Mist secures a sharp kill to pull the score level at 3-3. Mist takes a narrow lead with a clinical finish. That higher ranking isn't providing much protection right now. We are completely deadlocked at 4 apiece now. Both of these guys have had a really long day of matches. The rounds are flying by lately. Mist is moving quickly to maintain that narrow advantage. Pure chaos now as Aster manages to tie it up. His superior rating gives him a real edge in these dead-even battles. Mist just edges ahead, holding a slim one-round lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to regain control. Mist takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Aster had a decent run, but Mist is simply outperforming him right now. Let's see if Aster can respond. Aster is closing in, trailing only by 1 now. It's a tough break for the lower ranked side here. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, punishing Mist for that position on the ramp. Mist has looked really sharp in his other matches today. He's absolutely on fire now, claiming another effortless victory from the ramp. It's a total reversal of their last meeting on fast aim. Mist answers back immediately to bring the series back to a stalemate. Mist is definitely playing with a lot of confidence today. Aster just sneaks ahead, leading by a single round. He's definitely trying to get back to his usual dominant ways. Aster is currently sitting on a 61% win rate on this specific map. So yeah, he's really leveraging that statistical comfort to pull away. It will be a huge test for Mist to find an answer before this match slips completely. And we're back to a tie, 10-all. He is really proving that his recent form is trending upward. A huge swing in momentum as he extends the streak to 3. The lower ranked player is just refusing to back down today. A clean response here to bring the series back to a deadlock. This is the kind of gritty resilience we've seen from him all session. A perfect shot to put him in control and move within striking distance of the win. He is really stepping up to meet those favorite expectations. Absolutely phenomenal response. We are headed to overtime after that lightning fast finish. Aster is putting on a real show here, fighting his way back to the brink of victory. The gap in their ladder rankings is finally starting to translate. Unbelievable. He claws out a victory from the edge of defeat to take a 2-round lead. Absolutely clutch to secure that win while barely standing. What a fierce exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent in that duel to hit match point. A total collapse from Mist in the final stretch. A quick way to stay in the fight. What a stunningly fast read to keep the series alive. He is just not letting this series slip away. What a fight. Aster comes through with the final kill to shut the door on this series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he finally closes the door in overtime. That was an absolute grind. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Ignis and Aster are facing off today, with Ignis entering the match as the slight favorite. Ignis has clearly got a historical edge in this rivalry with 48 total wins. It's an interesting dynamic, because Aster is the significantly higher rated player on the ladder. Now we see if that class difference can overcome the psychological weight of the head-to-head record. Ignis is comfortably ahead right now with a 2-1 lead. He's taking a lot of confidence from that recent victory on Dunes. It's a dead heat right now, and these two are trading rounds like they're playing a mirror match. Aster has clawed back to lead 3-2. Aster is definitely feeling the confidence from that earlier match today. He's completely in control, securing another victory from the ramp to push his streak to 3. Ignis responds quickly, putting an end to that run. Looking to bounce back after those two tough losses earlier today. Total deadlock now as Ignis and Aster sit tight. An incredible exchange on the ramp, but he outduels Aster to claim another victory. Aster's experience is really being tested in this series. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with the advantage going to Aster. A perfect response from the player sitting inside the top 15. Ignis handles that perfectly, catching Aster while he was holding the ramp to extend his lead. The gap in their rankings hasn't really played a factor yet. We're heading into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts projected. Both guys are fighting for every single inch of ground on Redline. Time to see who blinks first. Aster is starting to separate himself here, taking control of the pace after another fast round. He's really starting to make his class advantage felt. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. Exactly what we've seen in nearly half of their meetings. Aster barely keeps the lead with an 8-7 edge. He's really leaning on that historical dominance on this specific map. Ignis proves again that he can't be shook, picking Aster right off that ramp. He's looking to make up for that narrow defeat on Dunes earlier today. Wow, what a scrap! He barely survives that chaotic trade to hold a 1-round lead. That was an incredibly thin margin for the winner. And we are back to a stalemate at 9-all. Aster looks a lot more comfortable now compared to his earlier matches today. Ignis surges ahead to take a narrow 1-round lead. He's definitely looking to avenge that recent loss from Dunes. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health after a wild exchange from the ramp. Absolute guts to pull that off from a single digit. Ignis is simply relentless, putting up a 3-round run to push the score to 12-9. The pressure is clearly mounting for the higher ranked man. Absolute perfection from Ignis to close it out and secure the victory. He really proved he's just a better matchup for Aster, regardless of that ranking gap we saw earlier. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for a duel between Ignis and Mist. Ignis looks strong, but Mist is ready for the fight. Ignis holds a massive advantage in the long-term head-to-head, winning over 60% of their encounters. So while Mist took their most recent duel, the historical weight is firmly on the side of Ignis. We'll see if that trend continues here. Ignis is comfortably ahead now with a 2-1 lead. Mist needs to figure something out quickly, or this is going to be a very short series. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over this match. A lightning fast response from Mist, who refuses to let this match slip away. Ignis has managed a 4-2 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that positive momentum right into this series. He looks much more composed than Mist, who has spent the last few hours struggling to keep his head above water. Ignis is just dominating, pushing the lead to 6-3. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite here. The gap is widening fast, and Ignis is putting a lot of pressure on his opponent right now. He's really making the most of the gap in their ladder rankings. Ignis is firmly in control at 7-4. A quick read there to get some breathing room. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is holding his ground as predicted. He managed a nice 3-round run to secure this small advantage. Fresh start for Mist here. A total shutdown there, proving that Mist is refusing to go quietly. The gap is definitely closing between these two. He is completely locking in now, clawing his way back to tie this series up. The momentum has completely shifted as we head into the second half. Ignis edges ahead, again holding an 8-7 lead. He is currently fighting a tough slump with only a 30% win rate lately. Ignis pulls ahead to 9-7 and seems back in the driver's seat. A lightning fast response to shut that door. A perfect burst by Mist to keep this comeback rolling. The underdog is really digging in here. What a turnaround. We are completely level at 9-9 as he puts an incredible amount of pressure on the favorite. Ignis manages to snatch a slender lead at 10-9. Just a blind fast reaction to reclaim that lead. Unbelievable. Mist has completely erased that deficit to bring the series dead level. A complete reset on the scoreboard as we enter the final stretch. Both players are trading rounds back and forth here. It's a real toss-up who will blink first. He's definitely proving he belongs in the top half of the ranking. What a stop. Ignis shuts down that little rally and puts himself just 1 point away from victory. A crisp finish there, showing some serious grit as he keeps this battle alive. Unreal, Ignis closes it out with a blistering shot to secure the victory. Mist put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't close the gap in those final moments. He really pushed the pace there. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Today we have Aster taking on Mist in a fast-paced duel on Dunes. Aster holds a significant lifetime advantage with an 82-46 record in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the stronger player long-term, but he's had a slower start to the day. We'll see if he can pivot back to that historical dominance here. Mist is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. The underdog is looking very confident in this early stage. We've got a dead heat now, with both players trading blows in every single exchange so far. The higher seed is finally starting to impose himself here. Mist secures a commanding 3-2 lead right now. He's really playing like the 30 seed can bridge the gap. Mist is absolutely rolling now, pushing ahead to 4-2. He's looking stronger than his usual 48% all-time success rate. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Aster is starting to push back and keep this very close. Aster is putting on a clinic from the high ground, bringing things right back to a tie. He's really showing that ladder advantage right now. Mist keeps the edge with a narrow 5-4 lead. A really surprising shift given how those two have traded recently. Mist is looking incredibly sharp right now with a 6-4 lead. You know, it's a huge contrast to his recent 30% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's clearly ignoring the trend today and pushing the pace. Aster really needs to find a way to stop this slide. We're all squared up at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, the betting a priori had Mist as the man to beat, but Aster is proving why he owns the head-to-head advantage. This is basically a toss-up now. Time to see who blinks first. Aster just surged ahead, taking a thin 7-6 lead. The number before the number 3-3-3-3-3-3-3, the number Aster builds a 2-round cushion at 8-6. His superior experience is showing throughout these exchanges. Mist shuts that door fast, picking Aster right off the box to tie things up. Total stalemate now. We're locked in at 8 apiece. It's a complete reset as we head into the final stretch. Aster edges back in front, moving to 9-8. He's looking to duplicate that 13-11 victory they had on this map recently. These two are practically mirroring each other. Neither one can manage to pull ahead by more than a single round. Esther just wasn't letting him stay up there, cleaning him off the box for another win. He's managed to keep that high win percentage consistent across the board. Mist is really embracing that height advantage, using the box to keep this a dead heat. Aster is putting a ton of pressure on here, just one more point needed to close this out. It's exactly how things played out in their last meeting on this map. The reaction time on that last round was absurd, just a blink and it was over. Unbelievable reflex on that shot. What a read! Mist barely escapes that trade, and now he's just a single round away from the win. And that's it! Mist closes out the series with an incredible 3-round sprint to victory. He just completely shook off that losing record in their series today. Esther will be gutted after fighting that hard. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Ignis and Aster facing off today in a great matchup for the win. Ignis holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history with a 49-37 lead. It's definitely worth noting that he just beat Aster in their most recent meeting. We have to see if Aster can reverse that trend early on. Aster puts that high ground to use and manages to claw one back. His higher rank is starting to show a bit more here. Aster's definitely got the momentum now, having completely flipped the script in this series. Ignis regains the lead with a tight 3-2 score. His recent form is looking strong compared to the opposition. Ignis is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. He is playing a great series today, having already taken down Mist. Aster's reaction time was just a fraction faster there to tie things up. Tapping into that map-specific experience now. Aster just takes a huge step toward the lead, holding that ramp perfectly for another win. The higher rank is proving to be a real factor here. Aster is just relentless, erasing the opposition from the boost for another win. His overall win rate is quite impressive at 68%. A huge play there by Aster to outduel him on the ramp, extending this run to 4 straight. The favorite is looking quite vulnerable at the moment. A complete shutout here, and that makes 5 in a row for the powerhouse. He is really putting that rating difference into perspective. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, he's completely overturned the pre-match script. That 6-round tear has shifted everything, and we might be looking at a genuine upset here. Time to see how Ignis responds. Ignis really wants a comeback, fighting from the ramp to put a dent in that lead. He's looking a lot more like that version of himself that took down Mist. Aster's 72% win rate on this map is clearly paying dividends right now. It's a huge contrast to his general form today, and he's successfully using that comfort level to dismantle the favorite. Aster is dominating the pace, pushing it to 10-6. It's a bit of a different story than his 2-5 record today. Ignis is putting on some serious pressure now, refusing to let Aster close this out early. He's definitely feeling confident after that recent win over Aster. Aster is just too fast, securing another win from that ramp to keep his lead. The rating difference is showing in the clutch moments. He halts that small recovery instantly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His recent consistency is really starting to peak at the right time. What an incredible finish. Aster closes it out with an effortless final kill to take the series. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses with that performance. It's a great result to get his head right for the rest of the day. Welcome to the show, everyone. We have Ignis and Mist squaring off on Mappus, with Ignis entering as the favorite. Ignis has historically held a strong 61% win rate in their career head-to-head meetings. You can tell that psychological weight is playing a role here as he takes the first round with ease. We'll see if Mist can shake that history as this one progresses. Ignis is dominating the pace, leading 2-1. He needed this one after that tough loss to Esther. Mist has completely turned the tide here, erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. A completely different vibe from that close series on Italy P. Ignis claws back into a slim lead, 3-2. He's playing a bit better recently, taking 5 of his 10 today. And we are back to a total stalemate at 3-all. Neither one of these guys has managed a real string of wins today. These exchanges are just trading blows back and forth. Nobody can keep a lead for more than one round. He's really proving that pre-match favoritism was justified. Total deadlock now. Both Ignis and Mist sitting at 4. Mist is certainly looking a lot sharper than he did against Esther. Mist takes the control now, edging ahead 5-4. He's showing plenty of confidence after that 13-11 win over Esther. A totally untouchable sequence as Mist keeps the momentum rolling for a third straight. He's not letting his lower seed hold him back today. A precise shot from Ignis to halt that run right before the break. His overall rating puts him just slightly above his opponent on the ladder. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Ignis to hold the advantage, but the underdog is actually firmly in control here. He's playing some surprising rifle work today. Fresh start for both players. Mist is really capitalizing on this momentum now. He's managed to stay steady, even though Ignis generally holds a much higher win rate across the league. It will be interesting to see if that gap in overall experience finally starts to matter for him. Mist completely clears the ramp, extending his current run to 3 straight. The gap in the ranking seems non-existent in this series. Unreal, he just barely survives a chaotic trade and secures his 4th straight win. He is walking right into the finish line. He puts a stop to that run by holding the boxes. A massive mountain to climb for him now. Ignis has a fast read on the ramp there and is putting a lot of pressure on Mist now. Absolutely insane. He barely survives with 6 HP to keep this hot streak moving. A complete reversal from that 13-11 defeat he suffered on Italy P. He is absolutely on fire, claiming his 4th straight win to close the gap. That's an incredible shift in momentum since the half. He is simply refusing to back down, charging ahead with 5 straight wins to put this series on a knife edge. This looks like a complete flip from their previous encounters. What a turnaround. He has completely leveled the score, putting 6 straight rounds in the books. He is completely taking over this map. He's absolutely outplaying him right now, securing a huge victory to move within 1 round of the win. A total stalemate. We are heading into overtime with everything still on the line. Both players are essentially fighting on equal footing now. Mist has completely reclaimed the lead and he's looking incredibly sharp as we head into this final stretch. The lower ranked player is putting on a real clinic right now. He refuses to let this slip away, keeping the pressure high to keep things even. He's definitely playing to his seat tonight. The pressure is mounting for Ignis as Mist keeps finding the edge in these critical late game moments. What an effortless shot to bring us completely level in this overtime battle. Absolute chaos as we've hit a total stalemate in this overtime. Ignis is showing incredible guts, hammering home another victory to put himself in position for the win. The tension is through the roof with this deadlock. Ignis edges ahead, 16-15 with a gritty push. Mist strikes back to force a total dead heat. Mist takes a commanding lead, pulling ahead 17-16. Hard to believe how close their rankings are on the ladder. Absolute madness. Ignis and Mist are locked at 17. Total deadlock as the pressure just keeps climbing. Just a completely different tempo in that exchange. Mist just edges ahead, putting the score at 18-17. The momentum shift here is just staggering. Mist keeps pulling away, now leading 19-17. He just couldn't close the door after that massive run to force overtime, and it finally caught up to him. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history with 82 wins over Mist. The real story though is how Mist has completely flipped the script lately, winning the last 4 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if that current streak outweighs the historical gap. Mist is really rolling now with a 2-round lead. Crucial response from the higher rated player. The momentum has completely shifted and we're back to a dead heat. Aster is leaning into that higher ladder standing right now. That's 3 straight for him, taking full control of the early match. He's really capitalizing on that massive statistical advantage on this map. A sharp reflex play from Mist brings the score level. A very fast reaction to get things squared up. Aster clinches the lead, putting him 1 up. His higher rank is definitely starting to play a factor here. Aster is playing at a high level here, which makes sense given his 68% all-time win rate. Look, that level of consistency is what separates the top players from the rest of the pack. He's really putting that experience to work as he builds this cushion. Mist keeps clawing back, showing some great resolve to cut the gap to 2. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly today. Aster is pulling away, now sitting comfortably at 7-4. He's showing a lot of poise after those earlier losses today. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, we're seeing the opposite of the recent trend here. Mist hasn't been able to keep his momentum going, leaving the door open for Aster to secure a win. What a statement round from Mist, stepping up and shutting that down with the perfect shot. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to put this away. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead level. The underdog is putting on a real clinic tonight. Aster edges ahead again, holding a narrow 1-point lead. The 13 ranked player is starting to find his footing. Another quick response from Mist to keep this duel completely open. This matches the high intensity we saw in their last few bouts. Aster just barely keeps his nose ahead at 9-8. Looking at that rating difference, it's a battle of the top 2 dozen. Aster extends his grip to a 2-point advantage. The head-to-head history is starting to weigh in here. He is on fire right now, securing another effortless point to extend his lead. A fierce exchange of fire here, but he digs deep to secure the point. A huge breath of air for the underdog to stop that slide. A complete shutdown for Mist as he continues this spirited run. The gap in their standings really isn't showing in this set. A quick snap to the head, and Aster is now just 1 round away from victory. The sheer focus he's showing is impressive. Unbelievable. He shuts the door completely to secure the victory. Mist really threw everything he had at this one, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Ignis and Aster are facing off on Italy, with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. Ignis holds a decent historical advantage with 49 career wins over Aster, but it's important to remember that Aster has been the much more consistent player throughout the season. He's likely feeling confident coming into this after winning their most recent meeting. Ignis takes the lead, putting Aster on the back foot. A tough start for him after those back-to-back wins earlier today. These two are trading blows left and right, making this an incredibly tight battle so far. Aster is really playing up to that higher ladder ranking. Ignis holds a narrow edge as we head into round 6. A solid response after that tough loss earlier today. We've got a total deadlock at 3 apiece. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed here. Aster is starting to put a lot of pressure on him with this streak. He's simply too quick for him right now. Back to square one, as they sit locked at 4. Both players are fighting hard to maintain their footing today. Aster has reclaimed control, holding a slim 1-round lead. The 13th seed is certainly asserting himself today. Goodness, he barely survives that! What an absolute slugfest that turned out to be. The gap in the rankings is starting to show. He's simply untouchable right now, keeping the pressure on as we approach the mid-game break. His top half ranking is definitely making an impact here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's completely ignoring the underdog label. With a 69% map win rate on Italy, it's clear he knows exactly how to use these angles against Ignis. Time for a quick reset. He's refusing to back down, digging deep to keep this fight alive. That gives him some much needed breathing room. The momentum is shifting back in his favor. Another lightning fast exchange and the scores are now deadlocked. Aster edges ahead by a single point. His overall career success is really starting to surface. Absolute perfection on that shot to bring everything back to a level score. He's really showing some grit here, putting the pressure back on as he takes a 1-round lead. He's certainly finding his stride after a rough start to the series. Wow, that was an effortless take. He's completely flipped the script now. He's really leaning into that favorite status right now. He responds immediately, narrowing the gap to just 1. His experience with a larger sample size of matches is showing. Another effortless claim for Ignis, who is truly refusing to fade away. Just keeps finding those clean openings when it matters most. Ignis is on absolute fire, securing another round to put himself in a commanding position. Unbelievable! He storms back from the deficit to secure the series victory. He completely shut down everything Aster was throwing at him in those final moments. Truly a gutsy performance to close it out. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Ignis and Mist stepping up for this match, with Ignis entering as the favorite. Ignis historically owns the edge here, boasting a 61% win rate over Mist. It's a nice confidence boost for him, especially after dropping their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that historical dominance going throughout the set. Both players were fighting for that same space on the ramp, but Ignis had the faster reaction. He's definitely feeling that confidence coming off his win against Aster. Mist is answering back quickly, just clearing Ignis right off the ramp. He's entering this set with a balanced 5-5 record today. Mist has completely turned the tide here, quickly erasing Ignis' early lead. It's a dead even split now. Ignis just barely edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. Just a slight edge for the higher rated man on the ladder. Mist really puts a stop to the momentum there, quickly shutting down Ignis' attempt to play from the Tetris. A real battle of the middle rankers we have here. Mist takes a narrow lead, moving ahead 4-3. Just another instance of the lower ranked player stepping up. Ignis levels the field, bringing us back to 4-4. He's looking sharp after that 13-9 victory against Aster. Mist is starting to put a lot of pressure on the favorite here. He's clearly finding some confidence after that close encounter on Mappas earlier. Unreal, Ignis survives with a tiny sliver of health after holding that Tetris spot. A tight contest between the 25th and 29th rated players. Mist is really starting to control the pace, pushing Ignis back after a quick clear on the ramp. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he is absolutely defying the odds right now. Ignis was the heavy favorite, but the underdog has a real chance to steal this set. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Mist is on a roll now, easily picking him off those boxes to extend the lead. He looks really comfortable in this side of the matchup. Mist is just simply too fast right now, utilizing the ramp to put a massive dent in Ignis' hopes. Mist is completely dismantling the defense now. What a scrap! He barely clings to life with 13 HP after a wild fight from those boxes. He really seems to have the upper hand today. What a ferocious exchange. Ignis manages to crawl out of the disaster alive, barely holding on after both players traded heavy damage. Mist is just too aggressive right now. He's put himself in a commanding position to take this. Ignis proves that the ramp is still a dangerous place to be, keeping himself in the fight. Another clean win for Mist, and now he's just a single round away from the victory. He's truly flipping the script on the favorite tonight. Ignis fights back with a perfect sequence, keeping the dream alive for now. A desperate stand to keep the pressure mounting. Absolute precision from the ramp to close it out. Mist secures the victory. He's just completely dominated this head-to-head series lately, and the higher seed simply couldn't find a way to stop him. Welcome everyone. We have Aster and Mist facing off today on Dunes to see who takes the win. Aster has the historical advantage here, having won 64% of their head-to-head matchups. It's interesting because Mist actually took 4 of their 5 most recent encounters. We'll see if Mist can actually reverse that trend today. Incredible! Both players traded heavy fire, but he manages to limp away with the victory. Mist is definitely feeling the pressure of that rating gap. A total shutdown as he answers back quickly, bringing the gap to 3-1. Aster is just dominating now, pulling ahead to 4-1. He's playing with total confidence right now. Mist is really struggling to keep up at 5-1. Looking like he's finally shaking off that recent loss to Ignis. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now. He looks just as dangerous as he did during their last clash. What a turnaround for the favorite. He keeps this momentum going to reach 7-1. The gap between them on the ladder is becoming very apparent. A quick reaction from Mist to get a round back on the board. Aster has had some trouble lately, posting a 4-6 record over the last day. He might be feeling the effects of that recent loss to Ignis, while he tries to maintain his lead. If he can't find a way to break Mist momentum, this could turn into a very different game. Aster takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a surprising start given that Mist entered as the favorite. Aster's familiarity with Dunes is showing and he's in a great spot to pull off the upset. Let's see if Mist can bounce back. Aster secures another round from the box, and he's really putting the pressure on now. The skill difference is really starting to show. Aster is simply too efficient from the high ground right now, really putting Mist in a hole. He's comfortably leaning into that rating advantage now. Mist just out-timed him, dragging Aster right off that high spot. Tough break for Aster, especially after that tough series against Ignis. Aster is making it look easy, just a few more clean rounds and it's over. That's a massive gap in their all-time success rates. What a snap! He shuts down the rally instantly, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable! He closes the show with a clean victory from the box to take the match. He's just completely shifted the momentum on this rivalry, proving once again that he's the master of this map. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Ignis and Esther facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Ignis currently holds a 50-38 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's interesting because that dominance persists, even though Esther is clearly the higher-rated player on the ladder. It'll be a battle to see if the skill gap can finally bridge that historical divide. He is absolutely owning this opening stretch, just outclassing everything Esther throws his way. Esther answers back with a crisp shot, proving he's not going to fold easily. He's definitely showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. He secures the kill on the ramp, closing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is shifting onto the favorite now. Ignis is pulling ahead again, leading 4-2. Esther has usually been the more efficient player historically on this layout. Ignis is currently putting together a commanding string of rounds to open this set, and honestly, he's definitely leveraging that confidence after taking down Esther in their very last encounter. It's a strong start that could potentially snowball if Esther can't find a way to break the flow. He just can't be stopped right now, moving into a huge 4-round advantage. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect. He's just too sharp, taking that duel from the ramp to stretch his lead to 7. Just as we saw in their match on AIM Italy P. A quick trade of shots and Esther comes out on top to stop the landslide. Esther is certainly playing to his higher ranking here. Esther is really starting to pick up the pace here, shutting down Ignis' attempt to hold the ramp. The higher seed is starting to look more comfortable. Ignis takes the 8-4 lead into the break. You know, everything here is going exactly as anticipated. He's staying strong in the driver's seat, though Esther should feel comfortable given his better map win rate on this specific layout. Ignis keeps his distance, holding on to that 8-5 cushion. He's coming off a very clean victory against Mist earlier today. Ignis quickly reads the ramp, putting him firmly in control as he reaches a 4-round lead. The lower-seeded player is really making this look easy. Ignis keeps the pace, stretching the lead to 9-6. Looking back at the 24-hour window, they're both sporting very similar records today. Ignis just pushes his lead to 10-6. Slightly stronger on paper, yet Esther is struggling to find an answer. Ignis is making a serious push here, putting Esther in a very difficult spot as we enter the closing stretch. He's keeping a steady hand despite being a slight underdog on the ratings. Esther is starting to push back, quickly cleaning up Ignis right there on the ramp. Esther has really tightened things up, punishing Ignis for staying on the wine box to pull further back into this. The top 15 ranking is starting to show. What a scrap. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to pull through and keep his momentum climbing. He's completely flipped the script on this match. A nearly instant elimination here, putting the pressure squarely on Esther for the final round. Esther puts up another strong fight, refusing to let this match end without a struggle. Ignis is definitely feeling the heat as the lead shrinks. Esther is refusing to back down, using the window to secure another effortless win. He's really digging in to make this a series. Unbelievable. Ignis closes it out from the ramp to secure the victory. He just keeps getting in his head regardless of how high that ranking goes. A truly impressive performance, hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Mist are ready to face off, and Ignis enters as the slight favorite. Ignis takes an early lead, utilizing the ramp to secure that first round. He looks poised after that close battle with Aster earlier. Ignis has clearly been the dominant force in this rivalry with a 61% lifetime win rate. It's a huge advantage that usually translates into results. We have to see if Mist can find a way to flip the script. Mist is hanging in there, trailing by just one. It's a bit of a rematch from their recent encounter on red line. Ignis really makes use of that elevation to pull further ahead. It's a tight battle between two players very close on the ladder. Mist is playing a high-speed game right now, coming out on top even with Ignis holding the high ground. He's really fighting for every single round here. Ignis is cruising along with a comfortable 4-2 cushion. He's looking for a little more redemption after that loss on red line. Mist narrows the gap to 4-3. He's been a bit more consistent overall across the league today. Mist keeps the pressure on, quickly picking Ignis off the Tetris to take control of the series. He's playing a really solid set of games today. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He clings on for dear life to reclaim a one-round lead. He really stared down the barrel and came out on top there. What a frantic scrap! Ignis barely edges this one out after a brutal slugfest. He's showing some serious nerves of steel in these low health situations. Ignis holds onto his 6-5 edge for now. Both players are sitting right around the middle of the ladder. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break, while the higher ranked player is controlling the pace exactly like we thought he would. He's just barely keeping Mist at arm's length for now. Let's see how the swap affects things. Ignis has had a pretty solid run recently, posting a 7-5 record over the last day. The confidence is definitely showing in the way he's closing out these rounds. Now the pressure really shifts to Mist to find a way back into this game. Unbelievable! Mist barely survives that brutal exchange to dig himself even deeper into this comeback. Talk about an incredible recovery by Mist to shake things up. He's simply refusing to back down, securing another victory to keep this comeback alive. The momentum shift is palpable as the gap shrinks. Absolute efficiency. He just wiped the floor with that exchange to tie the map at 8-8. He's on fire. That's 4 straight for Mist as he completely dismantles the opposition. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, taking a 5th consecutive round with a perfect exchange. The surge continues for Mist, who just walked away from that exchange without taking any damage. Absolute perfection from the side that's currently on top. Mist is absolutely unstoppable right now, moving to 12-8 and putting the final round in sight. Just enough of a spark to keep the dream alive. What a finish! Mist wipes out the final threat and closes out this incredible comeback victory. A complete reversal of fortune for a guy who usually holds all the cards in this rivalry. He's just completely rewritten the history books today. What a match. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Today we've got Aster and Mist facing off on Orange for a great match. Aster really owns the historical matchup, holding a convincing 84-47 lead over Mist in their career meetings, and that confidence seems to be carrying over into this series. Right? Considering he also just swept Mist in their most recent clash, the mental advantage is clearly in his favor. Aster is cruising with a 2-1 cushion here. He's really showing that top 15 skill gap right now. Mist is really struggling to find his footing here, as Aster is just too quick on the draw. He's just taking over the server, putting his opponent on the defensive with 3 straight wins. Unreal. Mist barely clings to life in that chaotic exchange, but he manages to edge out the victory. He needed a moment like that to steady the ship. Aster's overall map win rate here is a huge 75%, and that level of comfort is really showing in how he's controlling the distance. It's a significant contrast to Mist, who typically struggles to find a positive win rate on this terrain. The pressure is certainly mounting for the underdog. He's refusing to back down, securing another win to keep this climb alive. He is really putting up a fight to erase that lead. Aster holds a 2-round advantage as we hit 10. It's a tough look for him after that loss to Ignis earlier. He's showing a lot of heart to tighten this series up before they switch sides. A quick exchange there to close out the first half. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Mist has really held his own despite being expected to lose this one. Aster is leaning on that high map win rate, but he hasn't been able to pull away yet. Fresh starts for both sides. Aster takes a slight lead to start the half. A timely response from the 13th ranked player. Aster is pulling ahead again, extending his lead to 8-6. A solid performance for a guy sitting in that top 15 bracket. A completely effortless kill here as he continues to close the gap. He's fighting a huge hill to climb in this series. A total shutdown there. And now we are completely locked at 8 apiece. Everything is completely wide open now. Aster re-establishes a slim 1-round lead. A nice response for the player sitting in the top 15. A perfectly played round to bring us completely level at 9-9. The underdog is really making the most of this series. Aster clawed back just in time to hold the lead. It's a much needed shift in momentum after his rough outing against Ignis. What a response! He's digging in deep and brings the score back to a dead heat. Everything's essentially reset to 0 now. This one is getting incredibly tight, with neither player able to build any real momentum lately. His higher standing on the ladder is starting to pay off. Mist strikes from the ramp to level things up at 11-11. The pressure is really on for the high-seeded player now. Absolutely unbelievable resolve from Mist, who outlasts the exchange to secure a match point opportunity. He's really keeping his cool in these high-stakes moments. What a way to finish it. Mist secures the final kill and completes a fantastic comeback to take the match. He really defied the odds today, shaking off that massive lifetime deficit to secure the victory. What a performance, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Ignis taking on Aster today in a great matchup on Italy. Aster holds a commanding 68% win rate on this specific map. That consistency is a big deal when you look at the ranking gap between the two. The real question is if Ignis can lean on their head-to-head experience to shut this down. Ignis is really starting to pull ahead here. The overall lead in their head-to-head history seems to be playing a role. He digs deep to survive that exchange, extending his lead to 3 straight. He is definitely playing like the favorite right now. Aster answers back quickly to keep this contest close. He's definitely proving he's the more experienced player on the ladder. Everything is dead, even as we head into round 7. He's fighting to erase that narrow 13-11 deficit from their last clash. He's absolutely on fire now, picking up a 3rd consecutive round to firmly grasp control. He's really capitalizing on that rank advantage right now. Ignis tracks him down off the wind to bring the score back to a deadlock. He's definitely feeling a bit of that 5-8 slump from today. Ignis edges ahead, clutching a slim 1-round lead. Aster forces a tie again. We're back to square one. Looking at the rating gap, Aster definitely has the higher ceiling today. Neither player is letting the other get any air, just trading blows back and forth here. His overall stats are lagging behind, but the confidence is clearly there. Ignis takes the half 7-5. Well, he is holding onto a small lead, exactly as the oddsmakers thought he would. He is firmly in control despite Aster's map advantage. Time to see who blinks first. Aster clears that wine position instantly, keeping this whole series on a knife's edge. He's playing like the 14th best in the league right now. Neither side is budging. We're tied up at 7 apiece. He's fighting to bounce back after those tough losses to Mist earlier today. The momentum has completely shifted as Aster takes his 3rd straight to seize the lead. It looks like the underdog is finally getting the upper hand. Unreal, he manages to scrap through that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left to bring us back to a dead heat. That was an incredibly narrow escape for him. Ignis claws back into a 1-round lead. He's really making that lifetime head-to-head dominance feel real today. Aster doesn't let him linger up on the Tetris, bringing us right back to a draw. He's really starting to look like the higher rated man today. Aster moves a step ahead, leading the series 10-9. A tough stretch lately, with only 7 wins in his last 13 games. Pure chaos as Ignis levels the playing field at 10-all. He's refusing to be intimidated by that skill gap. Aster holds that wine spot effectively to push his lead back to 1. He is really starting to shake off those early struggles from earlier today. What a fight! Ignis barely survives that brutal exchange to lock things up at 11 apiece. Absolute nails-biting finish to keep the score locked. Ignis pulls off a great read to pick Aster off the wine and secure match point. A completely different pace of play in that one. And that is it. Ignis shuts the door on this match with the final shot to secure the win. He really held his nerve in the clutch moments, especially since he was almost out of the game twice. Absolute war of attrition. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Ignis and Mist are facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a strong lifetime advantage with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive sample size, and the early momentum seems to align with that legacy. Let's see if Mist can flip the script today. Unreal! Mist barely claws through that trade from the ramp to even the score. The two are practically identical in our rating right now. Mist pulls ahead, taking a narrow lead at 2-1. He's looking very comfortable after that 13-9 victory over him earlier. He's just untouchable right now, putting up a complete shutout to secure his third straight win. Ignis answers back immediately, snapping that momentum shift to keep things close. And we're back to a deadlock at 3 apiece. The favorite is finally starting to exert his presence. What a chaotic exchange! Mist survives by the skin of his teeth to take the lead. The two are fighting for every single round here. Ignis strikes back and we're completely tied up at 4. Both have had identical 8-6 days so far. Mist holds the edge as we hit 5-4. He's fighting to maintain the upper hand. The action is lightning fast right now. These exchanges are ending almost instantly. Mist catches him from the ramp to keep this match within a single round. It's a tight battle for the rank 25 spot today. We're all squared up at 6-6, heading into the switch. I mean, it's essentially a toss-up right now. Ignis is proving why he's the favorite, but Mist has the grit to keep this level. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis just edges ahead to take a 7-6 lead. Mist is really feeling the pressure now. Both of these guys are fighting hard after a tough day of matches. Mist claws it back. We're locked at 7-all. It's a deadlock between two of the most consistent players today. Mist is just relentlessly chewing through these rounds, firmly putting the pressure on Ignis right now. The higher seeded player is really struggling to keep up. Absolute stalemate at 8 apiece as they trade blows. The pace of that exchange was absolutely blinding. Ignis is really taking control now, cleaning up that play on the ramp to push his lead further. He's just completely in charge now, extending the run to 3 straight. That confidence is reflecting his solid all-time career win rate. Mist secures a smooth pick from the ramp to cut into that lead. His recent form has definitely been leaning in the right direction. Down to the wire as they hit a 10-10 tie. Neither of them has really managed to pull away tonight. He's completely in control now, racking up a 3rd consecutive win to take the lead. A quick reaction there to bring everything level once again. Absolute chaos as they refuse to let the other pull away. A grueling fight, but Mist manages to outlast him and secure a massive advantage. What a closing statement! Mist puts an exclamation point on the series to secure the victory. He just couldn't close the door against a player who refuses to go down. That's a huge result for him here. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We've got Aster taking on Mist on Mepas to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a clear 64% historical win rate over Mist, which often shows when they really get into a groove, looking at their last few encounters. However, Mist has been the one consistently coming out on top. We have to see if Aster can flip the script here. Mist is really dominating with a 2-1 lead. The lower ranked player is absolutely owning this series so far. We've got ourselves a dead heat. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch today. Mist pushes ahead, holding a tight 3-2 advantage. The momentum is clearly shifting toward the lower rated player. And just like that, Aster ties it up at 3-all. Tough spot for him, having dropped 3 straight matches earlier today. Aster is starting to pile on the pressure here. He's really found his footing in the middle of the set. He's really trying to put those recent losses behind him. They're neck and neck now, 4 apiece. Mist is definitely riding a wave of confidence right now. Mist manages to claw back the lead at 5-4. The higher seed is really struggling to lock things down. That's another quick one for Mist, who is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Aster secures another win, bringing the score to 5-6 heading into the final round of the half. We're all squared up at 6-all. Honestly, this isn't the result we anticipated given how hot Mist has been lately. Aster is holding his own, and he's proving that his superior map win rate is a real factor here. Fresh start for both players now. Mist takes the lead again, putting him up 7-6. He's truly playing at his peak, coming off a string of 3 straight wins today. Mist is putting together a strong run, and that 9-6 record today really shows he is in great form. Well, it's putting Aster in a tough spot since he's struggled in his most recent matches. The pressure is definitely mounting on the higher seed. He dug deep to win that exchange, keeping the dream alive as he chases this deficit. He's showing incredible grit, making it a 2-round streak for the trailing player. The gap between these two is closing rapidly. Unreal Mist survives a chaotic exchange and manages to clear him off the ramp. That was a nail-biter, barely walking away with a round. Mist is putting some serious distance between himself and Aster as he secures a 3-round lead. A real contrast to the expectation heading into this one. Aster is refusing to go quietly, shutting things down quickly to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. He just clears him right off the ramp, refusing to let that lead slip away. Aster is really starting to claw back into this. Absolute perfection. He's completely locked in to tie this series up at 11-all. Everything is back on the table for this final stretch. Both players were fighting for their lives in that brawl, but Mist secures the lead once more. His recent form against the top tiers has been impressive. What a finish. Mist shuts the door with a clean headshot to close out the series. He really looked the part of the underdog today, just refusing to let Aster take control. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. Ignis and Aster are ready for a close match to see who takes the win. Ignis has actually controlled this matchup historically, holding a lead of 52-38 in their head-to-head encounters. It is interesting to see him playing from behind here, since he's usually the one with the edge in these battles. We'll see if he can push that experience to the front. He secures the kill from the box and just cannot be stopped right now. He is definitely making use of that higher ladder ranking. A huge shake-up here as Ignis digs in and fights his way back into the game. The expected outcome for the favorite is finally starting to materialize. Aster is really putting the pressure on right now, using that high ground to keep the momentum swinging his way. A quick reflex play there as the underdog starts to claw his way back into this series. That response time was essentially instant. What a grueling exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent to narrow the gap. He's showing why he entered this match as the favorite player. Completely untouchable. He has officially erased that early deficit to bring us dead even. Just an absolute blur of a reaction time, and now he's completely taken over this set. He's simply refusing to let up, moving within striking distance of a huge lead. A lightning fast flick to keep the run alive, pushing the lead to 7-4. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead, and honestly, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's simply outperforming Aster right now and holds all the momentum heading into the switch. Time for Aster to wake up. Aster really shows his class with that 64% win rate on this specific map. It is a stark contrast to how he's been playing lately, since his recent form has been so shaky. This is precisely the kind of resilience he needs to climb back into this match. Ignis shuts down that brief rally by picking him off the box. Just an absolute clinic on the aim tonight. He simply isn't missing a beat, pushing his advantage even further. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that chaotic trade with a handful of health left. Aster catches him from the box, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. Still a mountain to climb for the underdog. And that's it. A hard-fought victory for Ignis to close out the series. He really put on a show to secure another victory against a tough opponent. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Ignis and Mist facing off to see who comes out on top today. Ignis has historically controlled this pairing with a 61% win rate, but Mist has a massive head of steam right now. He is coming off an impressive 4-win streak that makes him a dangerous opponent today. We will see if Ignis can reclaim that mental edge. Mist is absolutely cooking himself to a 2-1 lead. He's putting the pressure right back on the front runner. A quick swing in the momentum here, and the series is back to a dead heat. Mist usually thrives in these high-stakes ties. Absolute dominance from Ignis, who just shut the door on his opponent's run. Unreal, he's just completely taken over the map, racking up 4 straight. Mist had that strong 13-11 victory in their last meeting. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to a commanding 5-2. Mist is usually the one holding the edge in rating. He refuses to go down easily, snapping back to close the gap. The underdog definitely has the skill to keep this contest tight. Ignis is really starting to use his experience to his advantage, holding that lifelong lead in their head-to-head meetings. It's a nice contrast to how he struggled against Mist earlier today. Now we see if he can actually close out this distance. Ignis is just cruising now with a 7-3 lead. Mist has been a monster in his recent 10, but it's not translating here. What a scramble! He barely clings to life to secure a crucial point before the break. He's really fighting to get back to where he was in the rankings. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly how we expected. He just looks a step ahead on this particular map right now. Time for a total reset. Ignis puts another notch in his belt, leading 9-4. Mist usually likes to hold a higher spot on the ladder. Ignis keeps the pace high, widening the gap to 9-5. He is showing why he's currently ranked a bit higher on the ladder. Mist is quickly clawing his way back into this match, refusing to let the lead slip too far away. He is on fire now, securing his 3rd straight point and narrowing the gap. The pressure is mounting quickly as the gap shrinks to just 2. He shuts down that momentum instantly to push his lead to 10. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly today. Ignis is putting on a clinic here, simply too sharp for Mist to find any answers. That was a rapid exchange, and Mist is showing a lot of grit by refusing to let the lead get too far away. Another fast victory for Mist, who is starting to look very comfortable in this climb. That was a lightning fast response to regain some ground. Absolute perfection from Ignis, putting him just a single round away from victory. Game over! A tough slugfest of a final round, but Ignis secures the victory. He just couldn't let it slip, and that's a huge result for his confidence moving forward. Welcome to the arena. Aster and Mist are ready to face off to see who takes the win today. A really sharp start from Aster, claiming that ramp height to draw first blood. The upper hand historically, but he needs this momentum to stay. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, managing to scrap through with a tiny sliver of health. He's finally shaking off those recent losses. He's just taking over this match, extending the lead to a commanding 3-0. He's putting the ranking gap on full display right now. Absolute perfection. Aster just deleted him in a blink, taking a complete lockdown on the game. Mist finally answers back with a clean sequence from the ramp. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that recent win on Mappas. Aster is historically the dominant one here, winning 63% of their lifetime matches. But the reality is that Mist has actually won 4 of their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if that trend holds or if Aster takes full control. He's completely locked in, securing another effortless win to build on that lead. The gap in their overall ratings is starting to surface. Another flawless exchange, and Aster is simply taking over right now. He's quickly forgetting that rough series against Ignis. Just an absolute shutdown, and he's now sitting on a 5-game tier. He's really making his presence felt today. Mist manages to pull one back just as we head toward the middle of the match. A quick reaction there to keep things interesting. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the favorites are really struggling to keep up. We're seeing a total reversal of expectations right now. Mist needs a spark here. Aster has been a disaster lately, winning only 30% of his last 10 matches. But he's playing like a different person today. It's clear he's managed to put those previous struggles behind him for this series. Another fast response puts him in a position to end this entire series right now. A really quick execution to wrap up that exchange. What a finale! Aster seals the victory and shuts the door on this series. He looked like he'd completely forgotten about his recent slump today. He just looked way too clean in that series. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Ignis and Aster facing off today to see who can claim the win. Aster starts strong by catching Ignis right as he tried to push from the ramp. Ignis is really playing the aggressor here, shutting Aster down quickly, even with that height advantage. Aster holds a commanding 65% win rate on this map, which explains why he's looking so comfortable early on. It's a stark contrast to their head-to-head history, where Ignis usually comes out on top. It will be interesting to see if that long-term edge can resurface. Ignis handles the pressure from the ramp to claw back into this, keeping the score tight. He's really leaning into that overall head-to-head advantage right now. Unbelievable. He barely scratches through that exchange from the toolbox to even things up. He's playing exactly like the favorite coming into this series. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, catching Ignis right as he tried to pick from the ramp. That's his rank 17 pedigree on display right now. Aster is really starting to stack up the rounds here, and he's doing it with a lot of precision from that ramp. He's mirroring the confidence we saw during his 13-3 win over Mist. What a fight! Aster barely scrapes by with his life to bring the tally to 6-3. He's truly in control of this one right now. The momentum is shifting heavily as he secures a 4th straight win from the ramp. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. A quick snap from Ignis to shut things down before the break. He's keeping that all-time head-to-head lead in mind. It's a 7-5 lead for Aster heading into the break. I mean, it's a bit surprising to see the underdog in front here. He looks very sharp, and he'll need to maintain this pace to pull off the win. Time to see if Ignis rebounds. Aster is currently operating at least 10 spots higher on the ladder compared to his opponent. It's clearly translating into better precision and map control today. He just needs to keep this pressure high to stave off a comeback. Aster finds the shot on Ignis from the toolbox, and now he's just 3 rounds away from closing this out. A much cleaner exchange this time for him. That's a clean stop as he continues to chip away at that lead. A fast response to keep the gap manageable. He just out-dueled his opponent on the ramp to keep this rally going. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the side that was cruising. Aster extends his lead to 10-8 with a clinical finish. He's a strong player, but his recent daily form is a bit shaky. He stays composed and lands a perfect shot to narrow the gap to 9-10. His mental strength is really surfacing as the gap closes. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat now, picking him off the ramp to put some breathing room between them. He's certainly taken advantage of the momentum he built against Mist. Ignis finds a clean way to pull his opponent off the window, proving he's not going away quietly. He's finally starting to push back in this closing stretch. Absolute perfection on that shot, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. And that's it! Aster shuts the door on this match with a huge finish. That's a huge result for him, finally getting some revenge after that tough loss on the dunes earlier. Ignis fought hard, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Ignis and Mist facing off today in a very close battle for the win. Ignis has been the much stronger player in their history together, winning 61% of the time. I mean, he's definitely the favorite on paper, but Mist is refusing to play the role of the underdog here. What a scramble! He claws his way out of that fight with just a sliver of health left. Mist has really shaken off those recent losses today. Mist is suddenly on top with a 2-1 lead. He looks a lot more comfortable than he did during that last 13-9 clash. Mist completely ignored the height advantage and just pushed right through him. The two of them are virtually identical on the ladder. Mist is just dominating, leading 4-1 now. He's showing a lot of confidence after that heavy loss to Aster. A strong response from Ignis, who refuses to let the gap widen any further. That was a lightning fast exchange to put the pressure back on. A total shutdown from the ramp, proving he's not going quietly today. He's certainly not letting the ladder difference discourage him today. Absolute chaos there. He just barely scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left to take the lead. He's really capitalizing on that hot start today. A tough battle of attrition here, but he manages to secure another win. A much cleaner finish this time compared to the last few exchanges. Mist is simply too fast right now, clearing Ignis right off those boxes. A desperate fight from both sides, but Ignis secures the trade to stay within striking distance. Just barely enough room to breathe after that one. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. It's been a very balanced start. Ignis is playing as expected, but Mist is fighting back hard enough to keep this series completely open. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing incredible grit, outlasting his opponent in a tense standoff to take a 1-round lead. He is proving why he held that edge entering the series. He's completely in control now, taking a second straight round to extend the gap. That was a lightning-fast engagement to wrap up the round. Mist manages to keep his composure, peeling him right off those boxes to pull back into this series. Both players took heavy damage there, but Ignis has the endurance to push his lead to 9-7. He's really starting to separate himself as the favorite. That was a patient exchange, but he walks away without a scratch to extend his run. The momentum has shifted completely back to the favorite. A brutal slugfest, but he finishes the job to hold all the power now. He's really capitalizing on that top tier ranking right now. Mist manages to stop the slide and get himself back in the game. They're practically tied on the ladder, making this battle extremely tight. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but digs deep to secure a second straight win from that ramp. Ignis reaches match point with a perfect read, catching him right off that container. He really needs to answer back quickly here. He stays calm under the pressure, refusing to let the door close on him just yet. A critical stop to keep the dream alive. That's a massive shift in energy for the challenger. What a finale. Ignis finishes him off to claim the victory. Mist really pushed the pace and made him sweat for every single point. It just wasn't quite enough. Hard fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy today for a great duel between Esther and Mist. Esther holds a heavy overall lead with 85 wins in their head-to-head history. It's surprising to see Mist get the early lead, given how decisively Esther won their most recent encounter. Now we see if that momentum holds. Mist is currently riding high with a 2-1 lead. It's always interesting when the favorite has to play from behind. Things are completely wide open now, with both players trading blows in the first few rounds. This puts them right back where they started. Mist is just one step ahead at 3-2. It is a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Mist is really dominating now, pushing a commanding 4-2 lead.
Really puts a huge shift on that recent 13-3 result.
That was incredibly fast. Esther really tightened up his timing there to keep the series close. Aster claws back to level the playing field at 4-4. He's showing why he holds that higher rank in the server. Mist barely holds the edge now, leading 5-4. Both of these players have been grinding all day. They are absolutely deadlocked right now, neither one willing to give an inch as we approach the half. Mist still manages to keep a thin lead. A huge shift in momentum considering how Mist has struggled today. Mist holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. This is exactly what the analyst projected for the start. He's playing his part as the favorite here though. Esther is staying very close. Time for the switch. Mist has an impressive 10-9 record over the last day, and honestly, he's translating that confidence into this current run of rounds. It will be a real test to see if Esther can find a way to break this streak. He's just untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. A tough battle of endurance, but the momentum stays firmly with Mist. The gap in their ladder rankings is barely visible in this unedge. He's simply too strong right now, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. The speed of that engagement was just absurd. Wait, Aster actually finds the timing here to keep the match alive. Just enough of a breather for the underperforming favorite. Another huge response from Aster, refusing to let this series slide away just yet. The pressure is really starting to mount for Mist now. What a finish! Mist comes through in a tight exchange to seal the victory. That's a huge statement win, especially considering how badly he lost to this guy in their last meeting. A massive result for him today. Welcome everyone, Ignis and Aster are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top today. Ignis has been the more successful one in their history, leading the overall head-to-head 53-39. It's surprising to see this since Aster usually controls the pace of their encounters. This first round really sets the tone for the series. He is simply too fast right now, picking up a third straight victory. Aster's usually a threat here, but he's looking completely lost. Aster answers back immediately, showing some real grit to keep this close. He is refusing to go away, cutting the deficit to just one round. He's proving why he can hang with the favorite. Absolutely untouchable right now. We've got a dead heat on the scoreboard. We're seeing a total flip of the script right now. He's just too strong right now, taking full control of this series with another effortless win. Ignis is back in the driver's seat, leveling the series at 4 apiece. His higher ladder placement hasn't helped him maintain a lead yet. Ignis edges ahead by 1 in a nail biter. His recent struggles are definitely weighing on him today. An absolute shutout here, putting the pressure firmly back on his opponent. He's really struggling to find an answer despite that higher seed. A frantic exchange, but he edges out the win to keep this contest tight. He almost didn't make it home with that sliver of health. Ignis leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, he's largely living up to the hype as the favorite. He managed to hold off Aster's push and maintain a slim lead. Time to see who settles in. He keeps the pressure high, showing real toughness to hold a narrow gap in this first half. The momentum is shifting in the underdog's favor. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing this duel back to a dead even split. That's exactly the kind of resilience we expected from him today. A complete shutdown. He's now surged ahead with 3 straight wins. He's really capitalizing on this opening. Ignis finally puts a stop to that run, evening things up again. It's a real toss-up now, regardless of the rank gap. He's showing great heart, walking away from this engagement completely unscathed. A clean look for the man holding the lead. Another effortless round for the underdog, who's now firmly back in control. It's a tough look for the player who entered as the favorite. A fierce exchange of shots, but Aster manages to secure another win and tighten his grip on this match. Ignis is showing some serious fight, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. That was a lightning-fast exchange to break the streak. He's simply refusing to fold, keeping the pressure on with a perfect display of precision. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal scrap to move within striking distance of the win. He's fighting for every single pixel of health right now. A total lockdown as Ignis refuses to fade away, keeping himself alive in this fight. What a performance! Aster closes it out completely untouched to secure the victory. He really managed to dig deep and outlast him in a total slugfest. Ignis had all the momentum early but just couldn't close the door. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! We're on Dunes today for a great match between Ignis and Mist, with the favorite looking to stay on top. Ignis holds a significant advantage here, with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history, and honestly, that long-term dominance usually gives him the mental edge when these two square off. It will be interesting to see if Mist can shake that trend early on. Ignis just keeps the pressure high, taking a nice advantage from that elevated position. It feels just like their previous clash on Mappas. Everything's leveled out now, with both tied at 2. He's showing a lot of confidence after that 13-7 result against Aster. Mist takes the lead, putting Ignis on the back foot. Both are coming into the set with identical 11-9 records today. The tempo is really picking up. These engagements are starting to happen incredibly fast. Mist is really surging ahead with a slim 4-free cushion. Looking a bit shaky compared to his usual performance against this opponent. And we're deadlocked at 4 apiece once again. It's practically a mirror image of their typical rankings. Mist needs to figure out a way to interrupt this momentum before things get out of hand. Exactly what you'd expect when you see these two face off. Absolute chaos there. He manages to scrap through with a sliver of health to extend his run. It's becoming a real struggle for his opponent to get any breathing room. He's just too sharp from that box, taking control of the map right before the break. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. The favorite is doing exactly what we thought he would. That 5-round run really broke the momentum and puts him in a great spot to close this out. Time to see if Mist awakens. Ignis is sitting on an 11-9 record for the day, which seems to be translating into high confidence, and honestly, he is simply outclassing Mist in every exchange right now. I wonder if he can keep this pace up and wrap this up quickly. Ignis is just crushing it, leading by 5 now. That was an incredibly quick exchange to secure the lead. Mist was really a step ahead there, claiming the win from the box despite Ignis holding that tight angle. Mist is fighting a steep uphill battle now, and it's starting to feel like he's just reacting to everything Ignis does. Ignis keeps the momentum high and finds the shot to put himself on match point. He's just completely dismantled any hope of a recovery. And there it is. Ignis closes the door on the series with a final explosive blow. A huge result for the higher ranked player who just looks completely untouchable in this rivalry right now. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we've got Aster and Mist going head to head in a battle for dominance. Aster enters this one as a clear favorite, yet he's currently facing a player who has taken 4 of their last 5 head-to-head meetings. It's a precarious spot for the higher rated player. I'm curious if Aster can actually shut down this specific rivalry today. Absolute perfection from Mist, who is now completely taking over this opening stretch. Finally a response from Aster, who just wiped the floor with him to get back into this. He certainly has the raw skill to close this gap. Mist is just dominating right now, leading 4-1. It's surprising given that 85-50 career lead. He's refusing to go away, showing a lot of heart to keep this competitive. Another sharp exchange and he secures a second straight round, narrowing the gap. The pressure is really mounting on Mist to protect that narrow lead. Mist is just too quick tonight, using that high ground to shut down Aster's attempt at a run. He's definitely playing like the better man tonight. Aster is showing serious grit, shutting this down from the ramp to keep his hope alive. He's fighting for his life after a shaky start to the series. What a statement. We are all even up now after that pristine sequence. It is starting to look like a proper toss-up. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming another one to take a slim lead. He's finally putting that superior ladder ranking to good use. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. You know, this is basically a coin flip right now. Aster is doing just fine as the underdog, playing his way right back into this series. Fresh start for both guys. Another a flawless burst for the frontrunner, holding strong as he continues this climb. He's finally looking as comfortable as his rank suggests. Another huge play for Aster, who is showing a tremendous amount of fight right now. The confidence is clearly shifting back to the lead player. Mist just reads that play perfectly, reacting instantly to pick Aster right off the ramp. A really stubborn opponent for him to deal with. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that one from the ramp to keep the comeback alive. He is just refusing to let any lead get out of hand. Aster edges ahead now, clutching a slim 9-8 lead. He's looking quite sharp today for a player outside the top 20. He's staying completely composed, securing another rapid point to extend his lead. Mist just manages to push him off the ramp to bring this whole thing right back to a one-round game. The pressure is high as he attempts to keep pace. He has really found his footing, pushing the advantage to 11-9. He's really taking control here, showing why he's the higher seeded player. He secures the advantage from the boost and is now just one round away from victory. He's really locking in now, playing exactly like the superior seed. Unreal, he closes it out in spectacular fashion to claim the series. He finally manages to break that losing streak against Mist. It's a great result and a little bit of revenge for that last series. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis and Aster facing off right now on Mappas. Aster holds a strong 61% win rate on this map. But the bigger story is the head-to-head, where Ignis actually owns the long-term advantage. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers can outweigh the current momentum. Aster is rolling right now with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely acting like the favorite in this set. Just like that, Ignis completely flips the script and we are right back to a dead heat. He's showing exactly why he's usually favored in this rivalry. Absolute control. Now he's completely taken over the server with 3 straight wins. The higher rated player is certainly feeling the pressure here. Aster quickly recovers his footing to bring things back to an even split. His higher rank is starting to matter in this match. Ignis pulls ahead again, now leading 4-3. Looking very consistent after that 13-6 victory over Mist. Aster claws back to make things dead, even at 4 apiece. Neither player is giving an inch as we approach the half. Ignis doesn't let the elevation trip him up, quickly clearing Aster off that ramp. A crucial battle of nerves for the rank 14 seed. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to 5-all. Both of them have a fairly balanced track record over the last day. Aster seizes the lead, putting him 1 up. He's looked quite sharp in the upper half of the ladder today. We've got a deadlock at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated going into the set. Both players are holding their own though. Aster is utilizing his strong map win rate to stay in the fight. Time to see who blinks first. Aster breaks the tie to edge, ahead 7-6. He's managed a very respectable run through the lobby so far today. Aster is showing an impressive amount of confidence with a 68% all-time win rate, and honestly it feels like he's using that historical security to stay composed, while Ignis struggles to keep up. It's become a bit of a nightmare for the favorite to find an answer right now. A complete shutdown as the streak reaches 4. He is simply too fast right now. A rough spot for the favorite to be in. Finally a response from Ignis, stopping that slide and bringing the score to 7-10. A strong showing today for a player who's a bit lower on the ladder. Ignis can't seem to keep a lead for long, and that gap is starting to feel very wide. A very clean response coming from the higher rated player today. Another flawless exchange for Aster, who now sits just a single round away from victory. The favorite is really struggling to find any traction right now. What a finish! He closes out the series in style to seal the victory. He really leaned into that map advantage today, proving that the rank gap was the real story here. Welcome to Redline. Ignis and Mist are stepping up for a duel today, with Ignis entering the match as the favorite. Ignis has been the far more successful player in their history together, boasting a 61% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. Well, it's not surprising that he's looking sharp today, since he just took down Mist in a previous meeting earlier today. We'll see if he can maintain that dominance. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's showing exactly why they're so close on the ladder. Mist has really shifted the momentum here, completely flipping the script after starting in a hole. Things are wide open as they head into the 5th. Just an absolute shutdown. That's 3 in a row for the underdog. It's a total role reversal from that 13-6 result they had earlier. Ignis finds his footing from the ramp to even things up at 3-3. A very tight matchup on the ladder between these two. Ignis just doesn't let him breathe, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that ramp. The two are sitting incredibly close on the ladder. Unreal, Mist barely survives that chaotic exchange to bring the map completely level. Heart-stopping ending there, just a sliver of health left. Ignis is putting the pressure back on, using that height advantage on the ramp to hold a slim lead. He's just barely edges him out in the overall rankings. Ignis is really stacking up the wins now, keeping the pressure high from that ramp position. A very close matchup according to the ladder ratings. Ignis keeps his narrow edge, moving ahead 6-5. We're seeing a really balanced battle between two players ranked almost identically. We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, the match is playing out exactly as expected, with both players trading blows. Mist managed to pull off a 3-round run, but neither one has a clear edge. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis is consistently finding the best angles to put himself in a power position. Both players are coming off tough losses to Aster earlier today. Ignis is starting to separate himself here, really taking advantage of that ramp view to build a cushion. The momentum is swinging back in favor of the higher ranked player. Mist manages to secure that ramp control and gets the round back, keeping this series tight. He is fighting back after that rough result earlier today. What a scramble! He practically clawed his way through that one to take down Mist from the ramp. Both of them have had a really grueling day across this series. Ignis has really found his footing here, putting up a respectable 12-10 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this series. He's just relentlessly grinding down his opponent right now. A fierce exchange on the ramp, but he comes out on top to keep the streak alive. He's effectively mirroring that blowout victory from their other map today. Another clean victory, leaving him just a single round shy of the win. It's just a complete collapse for the underdog. Absolute perfection to close it out. Ignis shuts the door and secures the victory. He just seems to have a magic touch against Mist, making it another dominant outing for the favorite. Welcome to the league. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 63% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's interesting because the odds weren't always that one-sided in the past. I wonder if Mist can find a way to flip the script today. Mist is really finding their rhythm, leading 2-1. He's playing a lot better than those recent losses would suggest. He's just completely untouchable right now, racking up 3 straight wins. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure early on. Aster answers back immediately with a clean shot to keep things close. The higher seed is starting to assert that skill gap. We are completely deadlocked at 3-all. Both of these guys have had a tough run today. He's on absolute fire right now, claiming a 3rd straight win to take the lead. Things are looking very similar to their last encounter. He is simply not letting up, extending that run to 4 straight rounds. Mist has really struggled against the top 14 seeds today. A sharp reaction from Mist to keep the gap narrow. The lower rated competitor is definitely refusing to back down here. Aster and Mist are now perfectly tied at 5 apiece. The momentum has shifted completely from their last game together. Aster edges ahead by 1 in this tight contest. That's a rough stretch for a player who has a history of fighting through these. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the switch. Well, it's a complete toss-up right now. Aster is proving why he has a much higher overall win rate by holding his own against the favorite. Aster takes a slim lead as we enter round 13. He's really capitalizing on the ranking difference here. Aster is putting a real clamp on this game, especially considering he's already beaten Mist 13-9 in their previous outing. It's clear that the mental edge is shifting entirely to the higher seed right now. Mist needs a quick answer here, or he's just going to fold. A total deadlock at 8 apiece as we enter round 16. And he's back in control. A fierce exchange ends with him taking the lead once again. An unexpected turn of events given the heavy betting lead. A quick exchange of fire brings the tally right back to a stalemate. Everything is coming up in his favor today. Aster claws ahead for a 10-9 grip on the game. He's really finding his form after those first round struggles. Mist has forced a nail-biting 10-10 tie. He's definitely showing some grit after the tough 7-13 defeat today. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Mist is really putting on the pressure right now. Another incredibly fast reaction to put him in a precarious spot. Aster manages to hold his ground with a precise strike, forcing Mist to earn that final point. Absolute standstill right now as we head into the finale. Unbelievable. Mist secures the final kill and shuts the door on this match. He just completely dismantled the long-term trend by taking this series. To come back against that head-to-head history is just incredible. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We have Ignis and Esther stepping up for a fast-paced battle on fast aim. Esther is looking strong early, shutting down Ignis even with the height advantage on the ramp. Aster is just outclassing him right now. He's making it look easy from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the higher rated competitor today. He secures a huge victory from the ramp and is just on fire right now. The rating gap is certainly showing through his early performance. He keeps holding that ramp perfectly, extending his streak to 4 straight. It's a surprising start for a side that usually holds the advantage. He is just untouchable, putting up a perfect 5-0 start.
Hard to believe since Ignis usually holds the upper hand historically.
He simply can't find a way through, and Aster keeps the perfect score going. Absolute control from the 7-time winner who just can't be stopped right now. He's really making his mark today, despite being the underdog. Finally, he manages to push Esther off the ramp and secure a round. It's a bit surprising given their long history together. Unbelievable. He claws back to survive with a sliver of health after an absolute war. The head-to-head stats heavily favor Ignis over the long term. Aster is bringing a lot of confidence into this set after taking a decisive victory in their previous match. And it's clear that momentum is carrying over into the current scoreline. He's simply not letting the historical lead Ignis holds affect his play. Aster takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is completely falling apart right now. Ignis is struggling to answer a player who clearly feels comfortable on this map. Time for Ignis to wake up. Ignis manages to knock him off the ramp, finally putting some pressure on Esther's lead. He's definitely fighting for his life against the higher rated opponent today. Aster is just too sharp, punishing Ignis immediately while he was tucked away on the bricks.
That higher rating is really starting to weigh on the match.
The momentum shifts right back to him, putting the pressure on a huge way. The pre-match projections for this one are feeling completely wrong. Ignis manages to shut him down in the window for a huge stop. A clutch response when his back was against the wall. That's it. Aster shuts the door on the competition to seal the victory. He completely dismantled that defense today. It's a huge shift in their personal rivalry after such a lopsided result. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Ignis and Mist facing off in this match, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life, surviving that exchange by the skin of his teeth. Ignis has a heavy historical edge with a 61% head-to-head win rate over Mist, but he's coming into this series after a rough loss to Aster. It will be interesting to see if he can actually put that dominance back on display here. What a chaotic exchange, but Mist comes out on top to take a commanding lead.
The underdog is definitely feeling confident right now. A sharp response from Ignis to keep this contest close.
He's looking to bounce back after a tough loss to Aster.
We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. The match seems to be living up to the rankings right now. Mist holds a slight 4-3 edge as we reset.
That was a lightning fast stop to his momentum. Ignis just reads him like a book, shutting him down right off that box.
Really looks like a toss-up between these two today. Ignis claws back the lead to stand tall at 5-4. The rank 25 player is really starting to flex that edge.
He is completely taking over this match with a 3-round tear.
Mist had some momentum from that win against Aster, but it's gone. A steady response from Mist to keep things tight before the mid-match break.
He's looking to keep pace with the other top 30 contenders. Ignis takes a 7-5 advantage going into the switch. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. The top seed is staying composed and keeping a safe distance from Mist. Let's see if Mist can push back.
Ignis still holds a thin 1-round cushion.
A remarkably clean finish to tie things up further.
A really sharp performance for him today.
Ignis has really been leaning on his experience today as he's pushing a lead that mirrors his long-term superiority. So yeah, he has the mental edge in this rivalry. It will be tough for Mist to overturn that psychological hurdle right now. Simply outclassing his opponent again, Ignis is just not letting up right now.
He's certainly looking more like the favorite right now.
He just completely takes over from the box to extend his lead.
It's a familiar story, similar to their last meeting earlier today.
We'll need to step away for just a moment, but we'll be right back with more action on Dunes. Apologies for the delay. We are back in action with Ignis holding an 11-6 lead.
A quick trade and Mist manages to get the upper hand.
His confidence is clearly returning after that big victory over Aster. He's showing some real grit, refusing to let the lead slip away completely.
He's fighting hard to erase that kind of deficit.
Another huge round for Mist, who manages to knock him off that box. The pressure is shifting completely as the gaps close. Ignis settles things back down and puts himself on the verge of victory.
He's simply too consistent for his opponent today.
And there it is. He closes it out with a picture-perfect shot to take the series. Mist put up a fight, but he just couldn't find an answer for that raw speed in the final stretch. Welcome to the arena. We have Aster and Mist facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster looks formidable here with a 72% win rate on this specific map. It's a huge contrast to Mist, who typically struggles to stay above a coin flip in this environment. We'll see if that historical dominance holds up. Meister really tightened things up there, catching Aster right as he was holding the ramp. It's a tough break for the favorite to find his flow early. Aster holds a commanding lead at 3-1. The top 15 on the ladder usually find their footing quickly. Mist is clawing back, trailing by only a single round. He seems determined to replicate that 13-11 result from Italy. The pace is just blistering right now, with these exchanges ending in about 2 seconds flat. He's firmly in control against the 27th rank. Aster edges ahead, just as Mist hits his stride. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster has been in complete control of this matchup historically, holding an 86-51 lead in their head-to-head series. But the recent trend is completely different, with Mist having won 4 of their last 5 encounters. It will be interesting to see if Aster can reclaim his dominance today. Aster keeps the pressure on, leading 6-4. That was an incredibly fast trade. The momentum is shifting heavily toward Aster here, as he really starts to put a grip on this series. Aster heads into the break with a solid 8-4 advantage. I mean, he's really challenging the script right now. Mist was expected to take this, but he's struggling to keep up with Aster's pace. Let's see if Mist wakes up. Aster is just running away with this. 9-4. He's playing with far more consistency than Mist lately. Aster is simply dominating with a 10-4 lead. Just another strong showing for the number 14 seed. Absolutely crushing it now, and he takes full control of the server. That was effortless. He's just one victory away from ending this. He's just completely dismantling everything Mist tries to do. Game over. Aster closes it out with a fierce finish to secure the victory. He really put on a clinic here, completely erasing that recent slump in their head-to-head history. Welcome everyone, Ignis and Aster are heading to orange for this match, with the favorite looking to hold on to their lead. Ignis has clearly dominated the head-to-head a while back with 53 total wins. It's interesting because that lifetime edge hasn't translated to recent meetings. Aster has been the much stronger force lately, especially when these two square off. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Aster is usually much more comfortable on this particular terrain. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on, putting together a solid start to this series. He's really putting that number 14 ranking to the test. He is just untouchable right now, shutting the door on any hope of a recovery. Aster answers back with a sharp response, showing he isn't going down without a fight. He's certainly proving he can handle the heat today. Another quick one for Aster, who is refusing to let this game slip away. Aster generally carries a much higher win rate over the course of his career. But Ignis is showing that the gap in experience doesn't matter when he's in this flow. He's doing everything he can to neutralize the skill difference early on. Ignis keeps the upper hand, leading 6-4. His 14-11 run over the last day is keeping him steady. Unreal. That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how the analysts saw the start going. We'll see if Aster can use his superior map win rate to close this gap in the second half. Time to see how they adjust. Ignis is just cruising now, pushing it to 8-5. Still seeing a huge gap in the overall win rates. Ignis is just relentless, stretching this lead to 9-5. He's clearly capitalizing on the early momentum he's built today. Aster is starting to put up some resistance and looks far more comfortable as the match progresses. It's a tough spot for the higher-rated player to climb from. Ignis is running away with this, now sitting at 10-6. His recent battle against Mist was a glimpse of this same intensity. Aster claws one back, narrowing the gap to 10-7. Aster is staying composed, continuing this charge to close the gap. The momentum shift is becoming impossible to ignore. He's completely take over now, securing a third straight for the comeback effort. The underdog's really putting on a clinic right now. Absolute deadlock. He completely wipes the slate clean to level the score at 10 apiece. A very clean response here to halt that charging momentum. That's exactly how the pre-match predictions played out. What a scramble! He survives a chaotic exchange to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out with barely anything left. He's just completely shifted the energy of this game, and now he needs only one more to end it. It's a drastic shift from how the early half started. A huge stand from Ignis to force this into extra maps. A total deadlock on the scoreline as we head into this final clash. Aster is simply outclassing him right now, taking that round without taking a single point of damage. Pure confidence from the lower seed right now. He simply outreacted him there, barely breaking a sweat as he takes a commanding lead. He's simply too strong right now, moving one step closer to ending this fight. His current form looks like a different animal than what we saw early on. Absolute brilliance from Aster, finishing this marathon with a flawless shot to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that one, especially after staring down the barrel of defeat in the first half. What a fight! Welcome everyone! Ignis and Mist are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Ignis dominates the lifetime head-to-head with a 61% win rate over Mist. It is a significant gap in experience and consistency between the two. So seeing him drop the first round definitely puts a bit of pressure on his side to bounce back quickly. Mist is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. A promising start for the underdog here. A complete deadlock early on. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. The match is perfectly balanced right now. Ignis has officially seized control with a 3-2 lead. The higher rated player is starting to flex those muscles. And just like that, Mist evens the tally at 3-3. He's certainly showing he can handle the pressure today. Ignis is starting to build some real momentum here with those fast responses. He's coming into this after a tough loss to Aster. We've got a total stalemate at 4-all. Neither side is letting an inch of ground today. Ignis edges ahead, taking a slim one-round lead. That top half ranking is starting to show. The pace has stepped up significantly. We're seeing these engagements happen almost instantly now. Mist holds a narrow lead at 6-5. The momentum is shifting regardless of his ranking on the ladder. We're all square at 6-6. This is exactly what we expected, given how close these two are on Italy. It'll come down to who keeps their head during the second half. Time to shake it off. Mist claims the early advantage in this half. An impressive showing for someone sitting just outside the top 25. Ignis fires back to keep things dead even. That reflects the result of their previous encounter today. Mist has stepped up his game. He's putting in a really impressive performance despite the odds. He's managed to keep his composure after that tough series with Esther. Mist is really starting to separate himself here, continuing to put a stranglehold on the game. He's completely in control now, powering through to take a 3-round lead. Ignis secures a clean hit from the Tetris, showing some real grit to keep this close. The comeback continues as he refuses to let his opponent breathe. He's really clawing his way back into this match. An absolutely flawless round for Ignis, completing the comeback to bring everything level. Everything is completely wide open now. A sudden response from Mist to regain the lead. It's a tight race considering he's essentially the underdog here. A total reset of the series as he manages to bring the score level. This match is a real coin flip right now. A high pressure trade that goes his way, putting him just 1 round away from victory. What a final response! Mist shuts the door completely and secures the victory. He really stood his ground in that one, completely flipping the script on their usual history. Huge gutsy performance, what a fight! Welcome to the show. We've got Esther and Mist facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Esther has clearly owned this specific rivalry, leading the head-to-head 87-51 overall. He's currently on a 3-game win streak, which makes him look like the man to beat today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can flip the script this time. Mist surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. It's a surprising start for the lower ranked player. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Esther ended up winning that scramble. He looks determined to replicate that 14-4 blowout from earlier. Aster claws back the advantage, leading 3-2. This is exactly why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Total deadlock now, we're all square at 3 apiece. He's fighting hard to avoid another repeat of that 13-4 loss. Aster takes control of the pace from the ramp and looks very comfortable right now. The odds have him as the favorite for a reason. Aster has a career win rate of 68%. It shows in how effortlessly he's controlling the pace of this encounter. If he keeps this momentum, Mist will have a very steep climb to get back into this. Aster puts on a show from the ramp, extending his streak to 3 straight. The momentum shifts completely in the 14th seed's favor. He secures a clean kill from the window to extend his run to 4 straight. Mist is really feeling the pressure from his recent struggles. Another quick victory from the ramp, and he's now 5 in a row heading into the break. Just a quick breath for both players before we head to the break. Esther heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He is really defying the pre-match expectations here. He looks far more composed than Mist right now, and it's putting the favorite on the defensive. Fresh start for Mist now. Aster keeps his grip on the lead at 8-5. Mist needs a strong push to overcome that rating deficit. Aster keeps rolling, pushing his advantage to 9-5. He's really proving why he's higher on the ladder. Mist is finally starting to find some footing here and putting up a fight. He's definitely not letting the rating gap discourage him today. Aster stays out of reach, now commanding a 10-6 lead. Mist manages a response, narrowing it to 10-7. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence than in that earlier blowout. Aster makes the play here, picking him right off the ramp to put a real grip on this series. He's playing like he wants to avoid another nail-biter. Aster shuts down that mini rally, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's looking far too sharp for the 12th seed right now. That'll give him a tiny bit of breathing room. He's showing exactly why he belongs in this bracket. He manages to stay composed and keeps the pressure on Aster. He's finally putting some distance between them. He's starting to claw back into this thing. Unbelievable. Aster shuts the door completely and secures the victory. He's really in a groove today, taking a second map in a row from his opponent. Welcome to the Berserk League! We've got Ignis and Esther facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Ignis currently holds a surprising historical lead with 53 overall wins over Esther. It's an interesting contrast because Esther is the far higher rated player in the league right now. We have to see if those rankings translate into a comeback. Ignis is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's already taken another map from his opponent today. Ignis is really starting to pull away here, and the momentum is shifting firmly in his favor. Ignis is just relentless, extending his lead to 3-2. He's been on a tear with 4 wins in his last 10. What a fight! Both players stood their ground on the ramp, but he barely survives that exchange. He's proven to be a tough wall for the higher rated player today. Esther shuts that down quickly, taking control from below and bringing us right back to a 1-round gap. Ignis is currently holding a 14-13 record over the last day. It's impressive since he's fighting against a player who's traditionally much more successful on this specific map. He's really fighting the odds right now. Esther just had the better reaction there, quickly picking him off the ramp. He's looking sharp after those high-scoring wins earlier today. And just like that, Esther levels the playing field. His recent form is just on a different level right now. Ignis regains his grip, pushing forward to 6-5. Esther is certainly playing like a top 15 player today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's exactly what we expected to see from him today. He's playing with a lot of confidence, even though Esther usually sees much better results on red line. Time to see if Esther responds. Esther really nailed the timing there, catching Ignis before he could even react from the ramp. We're seeing a glimpse of that 80% recent success rate now. And we are deadlocked at 7 apiece. The higher rated player is finally staring down the match lead. Ignis manages to hold the advantage from the ramp, effectively shutting down that mini run from Esther. His rank might be lower, but he's clearly not intimidated. Ignis is distancing himself now, leading 9-7. He just completely shuts the door from the ramp, extending his current run. He's really taking advantage of the momentum right now. Ignis is simply too fast right now, putting up a flawless number 11 on the board. The lower rated player is putting on a clinic right now. Esther finally finds an opening to put a halt to the run. The superior rating is finally starting to weigh in. He just blasts him right off that ramp, continuing a gritty push to stay in this. It's a desperate scramble now to avoid an early exit. The rally continues for Esther, who secures another clean victory from the ramp. He's completely reversed the pressure in a matter of seconds. Absolutely incredible. Esther has surged back to an 11-11 deadlock, keeping the pressure high with a 4th straight win. Another flawless read, and he's now just a single round from victory. It's a complete flip from how this match started. What a scrap! Ignis digs deep to survive the trade and forces a tie at 12-12. It's a true toss-up now, regardless of those ladder positions. The momentum has swung completely. Ignis is suddenly in control of this series. He's really defying the gap in their ladder positions tonight. Aster is showing incredible grit, managing to knock him off the ramp to keep this dance going. Absolute chaos as we head into this overtime block. Ignis is stepping up his game at the perfect time, putting himself in a prime position here. He's fighting hard to avenge that loss on Blame Orange. Good grief, a complete slugfest. Aster barely walks away from that bloodbath to keep the series locked. A total nail-biter, both players are absolutely refusing to blink. What a performance! Aster is simply refusing to break, putting himself just one step from victory. The momentum is completely shifted toward the favored side now. Ignis fires back with a huge respawn, bringing the tally level at 15 apiece. The slight favorite is refusing to stay down. Aster edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Ignis claws back to tie it up at 16-all. Ignis just grabs a crucial lead at 17-16. He's taking full advantage of that legendary head-to-head history. Aster strikes back, locking this battle at 17-all. This is exactly the kind of deadlock we expected from two titans. Aster regains the upper hand, edging it to 18-17. His experience at this level is really starting to surface. Pure madness now as Ignis forces another tie at 18-18. The pressure is immense for both of them right now. Aster grabs the lead, pulling ahead 19-18. Aster holds a narrow 2-round edge at 2018. Just a dominant display from the higher seed today. Aster is surging ahead with a commanding 21-18 lead. The seed advantage is really starting to show. Ignis just narrowed that gap to 19-21. He needed to find a way back into the set. Aster just keeps extending his lead to 22-19. He just couldn't close the door in overtime despite how deep this went. Talk about a roller coaster of a series. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis and Mist facing off on dunes to see who takes the win. Ignis has a very strong historical advantage, leading their head-to-head records 653 to 421. We saw this a few hours ago when he took a clean win in their previous meeting on this same map. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can shift that momentum back in his favor. Another quick win for him, putting an end to Mist's hopes of an early lead. A precise response from Mist to put up a fight and cut into that early deficit. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. He's really fighting through the wall right now. Ignis is cruising right now with a 4-2 grip. He's certainly proving the favorite's worth right now. Mist isn't backing down, catching Ignis right off the Tetris to tighten the gap. A cleaner sequence this time for Mist. The momentum has completely shifted, and the series is now deadlocked at 4-all. What a scramble. He claws out another win and takes the lead after a brutal exchange. Ignis responds immediately, bringing this set back to a dead heat. The ladder ranking between these two is incredibly tight. Ignis edges ahead again, pushing the score to 6-5. A very disciplined display from the higher rated player. We're locked in at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Ignis entered as the favorite, but Mist is playing exactly to his level right now. Both players have traded streaks, so this should be a nail-biter. Time for a clean slate. Ignis just reclaimed a slim lead, moving up to 7. His 25th rank is starting to look like a real advantage. Ignis has clearly found his stride in this second half, securing his second straight round. The gap is starting to widen now as he capitalizes on his overall momentum. Mist really needs to find an answer here if he wants to stay in the fight. Absolute perfection from Mist to even things up, shutting down the opposition instantly. He's completely taken control of this game, securing his third straight victory to seize the lead. A quick recovery for the favorite, bringing this series back to a dead even 9-all. The two are practically neck and neck on the ladder. Ignis grabs the edge once more, leading 10-9. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog. He's completely taking over now, extending his run to 3 straight. He's really capitalizing on that 1443 rating right now. A tough trade of fire here, but Mist manages to survive and keep his hopes alive. He's showing some serious grit in these closing stages. That was an effortless shot to put him back in the driver's seat. Pure efficiency on the trigger from the leader. What a way to close it out. Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to take the victory. Mist really fought his way back into this one, especially with those few times he lived on the brink. He just couldn't close the deal. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Mist are heading to Orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster is clearly comfortable here with a 75% win rate on this map. It really adds a lot of pressure on Mist since he's already coming off a loss to Aster earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake that off. Aster holds a slim lead as we enter round 4. That's a heavy weight of history to carry against him. Aster is really picking up some speed here, and he just crushed Mist right off that ramp. Mist needs a big response now, trailing by 1. He's fighting an uphill battle against a higher rated opponent. Aster is really pulling away with a 2-round cushion. His overall win rate of 68% shows in these tight exchanges. Aster has been dominating this rivalry lately, winning 63% of their lifetime encounters. I mean, it's becoming a real problem for Mist, who just can't seem to find an answer today. The pressure is mounting for him to secure a win here. Aster's cruising now with a commanding 3-round lead. That's a tough spot to be in, given how Mist struggled against Ignis earlier. What a sharp response from Mist, showing a lot of grit to close that gap. The underdog is refusing to just fold here. Unbelievable. He claws back in a total firefight, barely surviving that exchange to keep the pressure on. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. The underdog is doing just fine and refuses to let his opponent run away with this. Mist really showed some nerve with that late 3-round surge to force the tie. Clean slate for both. He is walking on a knife's edge with these health totals. And we are deadlocked again at 7 apiece. Just another battle for a guy who's fought thousands of these. He's completely in control now, taking the lead after that flawless exchange. The underdog is starting to look very dangerous. He's simply too sharp right now, outdueling his opponent to extend the lead. Mist keeps the momentum swinging in his favor at 9-8. He's completely neutralizing the threat right now, putting a solid 2-round cushion between himself and Aster. The narrative is completely flipping from what we expected before the match. He's completely stopped Aster's momentum with another effortless shot. He's completely dismantled the expectations for this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting himself in a position to end this entire match. He's just totally dismantled the higher seeded player. Aster finds a way to hold the line, delaying that final victory for a moment longer. Absolute perfection from Mist to close the door and secure the series. He really refused to go down, especially with those 3 huge saves when his health was practically 0. He's finally shaking off those early losses today. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Mappas. Ignis and Aster are ready to go, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Ignis has the long-term edge here with 53 total wins in their head-to-head history, but Aster is generally the stronger player in our rating, making this an interesting clash of styles. It will be a battle of current rank versus historical dominance. Wow, what a scramble! Both players traded heavy damage, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Ignis holds a slim lead, moving ahead 2-1. The higher rated player is starting to push back. Aster claws back to tie it up at 2-0. Looking back at their last series, he already took a chunk out of Ignis. These exchanges are getting faster and faster, and Ignis is clearly reacting quicker right now. We've hit a total deadlock with both players at 3. Looking at the rankings, he is definitely the more seasoned combatant here. Ignis really puts on the pressure here, catching Aster right as he was moving up the ramp. A complete reset. Ignis and Aster are deadlocked at 4. An impressive 80% success rate for him over the last 10. Ignis just edged ahead, taking a narrow 1-round lead. Still seems plausible given the historical head-to-head lead. Aster had the better read there, catching Ignis right as he stepped up the ramp. He's really putting those higher ranking numbers on display right now. Aster has shifted the momentum, leading 6-5. A familiar result from their most recent clash on Red Line. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely proving he belongs here. He capitalized on a big run to put the favorite on his heels. Let's see if Ignis can pivot. Aster keeps his nose ahead by a single point. Just a quick shake-off from that rough patch. Aster is currently looking stronger with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, he is playing with a level of confidence that is clearly rattling Ignis. He is really capitalizing on this momentum to stretch the lead. Aster is pulling away, now sitting at 9-7. The higher ranked side is firmly in control here. The gap is closing. Ignis is really fighting back and the lead is almost gone. A clean response from the player currently sitting in the middle of the pack. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a deadlock at 9 apiece. A tough spot to be in for the 14-seeded player. He's completely taken over this map, claiming a third straight victory to take the lead. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. Absolutely untouchable, he just keeps piling them up with another effortless kill. The lower rated player has completely seized control of this map. He just wipes the floor with Aster putting himself one step away from victory. His timing on that last peak was simply flawless. A huge response from Aster, showing real grit to keep this fight alive. A tough break for the momentum he had built up. What a final shot. Ignis closes it out right now to claim the series. He really dug deep for that one, especially after looking so shaken early on. He just refused to let Aster close the door. Hard fought win. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Ignis and Mist facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Ignis has historically been the much stronger player in this rivalry, winning 61% of their lifetime encounters, and honestly, he's looking very sharp after that last victory against Mist on Dunes. I'm curious to see if that confidence continues to weigh on the underdog. Mist is really firing on all cylinders, up 2-1. He's taking total control of the server right now. Ignis was too quick for him there, catching Mist right as he tried to hold the ramp. Both players are looking very evenly matched right now. Mist holds the edge with a tight 3-2 lead. The underdog is proving he can hold his own here. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. He's keeping that momentum from his recent victory over Mist on Dunes. Ignis is really starting to pull ahead now, catching Mist as soon as he stepped onto that ramp. Mist is really struggling to close any games today. He's absolutely steaming now, taking another round without conceding a single point of damage. A tough run for someone who's only 3 spots away in the ratings. The momentum is firmly on his side now, as he cruises to a commanding lead. The favorite is playing exactly like we expected him to. Unreal Mist claws back into this, surviving with a sliver of health after an absolute slugfest. He's really fighting to keep his head in this. Ignis really used that height advantage on the toolbox to shut down Mist's push from the ramp. A solid showing from the higher rated player today. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is playing out as expected with the higher rated player in total control. He's really putting that lifetime head-to-head advantage into practice today. Time for a clean slate. What a battle. He barely scrapes by that encounter, managing to push him off the ramp with just a tiny bit of health left. Mist reads him perfectly and shuts that play down from the ramp. He's playing with a lot more confidence after that win against Aster. Ignis has a clear advantage in this specific matchup, leading the lifetime score 654 to 421. And it's an interesting shift to see, because the stats actually suggest Mist has a stronger hold on this particular layout. Now it's just a matter of whether he can mount a comeback. Mist just proved that high ground isn't everything, knocking him right off that toolbox. He's managed to keep the gap from widening too far. Ignis secures a massive advantage from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Mist keeps the dream alive by shutting him down from the ramp. A critical stand for a player who's otherwise been outclassed today. Game over, Ignis closes it out with a crisp final shot to secure the win. He's just too consistent in this rivalry, putting another huge win in the books against a tough opponent. Welcome everyone! Aster and Mist are facing off on red line to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster comes out swinging and takes out Mist right from the ramp to start things off. He's really looking to bounce back after that loss earlier today. Aster is just too fast out of the gate, utilizing that ramp for a quick second round win. The favorite is certainly making his point early. What a scramble! Mist barely scrapes through a chaotic exchange from the ramp to answer back. He's proving that the rating gap doesn't tell the whole story. Aster secures a clean victory from the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to find an answer. His overall head-to-head dominance is really starting to show here. Mist is responding quickly now, managing to shut Aster down even while he had the high ground. And we're all squared up at 3 apiece. The momentum is definitely shifting toward the underdog here. Aster manages to edge out the win in a rare mirror matchup on the ramp. He's looking to regain some of that all-time head-to-head dominance. A dead heat as both players sit at 4. Both guys are fighting hard to keep pace right now. Mist takes a narrow lead with 5 rounds on board. He's really making the most of the current flow. He's just completely shut him down and extends the gap to 2 rounds. The higher seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Another huge play from the ramp, and now he's completely taken over this map. This is becoming quite a rout, despite that huge head-to-head deficit. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know, this is exactly what we expected to see from him today. He's holding a decent cushion despite Aster's better map history. Time for a fresh set of eyes. A strong response here as Aster claws back around to keep himself in the fight. His reaction time was just incredible on that exchange. He's absolutely locked in, bringing this series all the way back to a dead even split. Mist answers back immediately and clears him off that ramp to keep his lead. He's really proven a tough match for his higher ranked opponent today. What an absolute war! Aster barely survives that exchange to bring us completely level. Both of these players are just refusing to give an inch. Mist barely holds the lead at 9-8. A complete reversal from the regular history between these two. Wow, a total firefight. He holds onto his lead with a narrow survival from that ramp. That's a lot of consistency compared to his usual 30% clip. He's simply on another level right now, moving closer to the finish with that effortless win. He's just unstoppable right now, moving one step closer to the victory. The momentum has completely flipped in this matchup. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with one final kill to seal the victory. He's really cementing a massive turnaround in this rivalry. Aster just can't find the answers to those lightning fast reactions today. Welcome everyone! We've got Ignis and Esther facing off today in the arena to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a strong historical advantage here, winning 55% of their direct clashes. It's a clear pattern when you realize they've won their last 3 head-to-head meetings as well. We'll see if Esther can finally break that streak today. Esther takes a commanding lead, pushing ahead 2-1. He's certainly not playing like someone who's dropped 3 recently. He is simply too fast right now, securing another effortless victory. Ignis responds quickly with a sharp headshot to get back in the game. Both of these players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Aster is just too sharp right now, catching Ignis as he tried to hold the ramp. His higher ranking is starting to show through. Aster entered today on a tough skid, coming off 3 straight losses in his other matches. It's really interesting to see him completely flip the script here. It looks like he's finally found his footing in this series. Ignis holds the line from the boost, showing some real grit to narrow this gap. A clean sequence to stop the momentum from shifting further. Aster is simply playing a different game right now, picking up another quick one from the ramp. He's really shaking off that 3-game losing skid. Aster is just cruising now with a 7-3 cushion. That gap in the ladder rating is becoming very apparent. That's a 3rd straight round for Aster, who's looking completely untouchable as we head toward the break. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, the pre-match favorites are really struggling here. Aster is putting that 73% map win rate to good use and looks completely in control. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Aster is just putting on a clinic, shutting everything down from that ramp position. It's a complete reversal of their last encounter on Mappas. Aster is just dominating, moving to a 10-4 lead. Still looks like a grind for him today despite the push. Ignis is just completely outclassed at this point, unable to find any way back into this series. Everything about this series points to a different result. What a fast exchange! Aster just needs a single more round to wrap up the series. A surprising turnaround here as he claws one back to stay alive in this series. That was a massive shift in momentum for the underdog. He's just not letting this game slip away, securing another crucial point. He is starting to look like the favorite once again. And there it is. Aster closes out the series with a clean final kill to take the map. He's finally turned the tide in this rivalry. That's a massive statement win to snap the losing streak. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis taking on Mist today on orange to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a huge advantage here, winning about 61% of their lifetime encounters. It makes a lot of sense seeing as he also came out on top in their most recent meeting. We'll see if Mist can actually flip the script today. Unreal, that was an absolute brawl and he just barely clutched out the third straight. The pressure is really mounting for the opponent now. Finally gets on the board, he showed great poise to secure that trade and shake off the early deficit. He's showing he can definitely keep pace with the higher seed. A total shutdown this time, and the momentum has completely shifted into his favor. He is definitely starting to make his presence felt in this set. Ignis is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead.
The rating difference between these two is honestly marginal.
Ignis is really capitalizing on his overall consistency today, having put up a 17-15 record over the last day. It shows in the way he's controlling the pace right now. We have to see if Mist can find a way to disrupt this lead. He's simply on another level right now, securing a 4th straight victory without taking any damage. He is simply unstoppable, shutting the door on his opponent once again. He's completely tearing through the competition, closing out another round without a scratch. Ignis goes into the break with a 10-2 lead, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to start. He looked sharp during that 7-round run and looks completely in charge here. Mist needs a huge response here. Everything is happening so fast lately, these rounds are over before you can even blink. He's really asserting himself as the superior player in this series. A fierce exchange there, but he manages to secure the win and puts himself just one step from victory. A sudden stop for the leader as he gets put down quickly. A quick response to keep things interesting. And there it is, a perfect final exchange to seal the series for Ignis. He just looked too quick today, easily the more explosive player in this one. Just a total blowout from start to finish. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Aster taking on Mist in this exciting 1v1 rifle showdown. Aster leads the all-time head-to-head series with 88 wins. Well, it's a huge historical advantage, but Mist has actually won 4 of their last 5 individual clashes. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can turn this match into another trend. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is proving he can trade blows here. Unreal. Aster scrapes through a brutal exchange from the box to extend his lead.
He is definitely playing like the favorite right now. Aster is dominating the pace with a commanding 4-1 lead.
A sharp reflex play there, proving he isn't going to just fold under the pressure. What a clutch survival. He claws back into the series with a minuscule sliver of health remaining. Aster is really making the most of that high ground, securing a great vantage point to take control again.
That's a bit of a relief for the higher rated player.
Aster holds a 64% win rate on this map, which really highlights his comfort level in these specific engagements. It's clear that the experience is paying off as he pulls away from Mist. This is looking like a very one-sided affair.
Mist finds the opening here to narrow that gap just before the side swap.
He manages to claw one back just before the break. Aster takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the script is completely flipped here. Mist was tipped to take this, but he's struggling to find answers for the underdog's aggression. Time for a total reset.
Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. A tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. Aster is simply relentless, now sitting at 9-5.
The rounds are flying by today. We're seeing some incredibly fast exchanges between these two.
Aster is just cruising now, putting him up 10-6.
He's really putting that rating gap to work here.
Mist fights back, but Aster still holds the 10-7 lead.
That was a lightning fast exchange to keep the deficit in check. Mist is really feeling the pressure now as he lets this lead slip further away.
A stark contrast to that blowout he suffered against Ignis earlier.
The momentum is shifting a bit here, with both players trading rounds as we enter the final stretch. The fight back continues for Mist, who refuses to let the match slide away. A flawless exchange there, and now he's just one away from closing the map.
The favorite is really starting to assert his authority here.
Mist continues to show incredible grit, keeping himself in this fight.
The underdog is certainly showing he can hang with the elite today.
That's it. Aster puts on a final show to secure the victory. Mist put up a hell of a fight today, but he just couldn't stop that final push. He really stepped up to the plate here, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Ignis and Esther facing off today to see who can claim victory first. Ignis has the long-term advantage with a 54-45 lead in their head-to-head history, but he looks outmatched today. This is really a battle of current momentum, and Esther is clearly carrying the confidence from their last meeting into this set. He's just untouchable right now, ending this exchange in less than a second. Good heavens, that was a brutal slugfest, and he barely walks away with his life. The higher rating is showing in his movement right now. Absolute total control from Esther, who's now 5 rounds clear. He's really asserting himself after that last 13-6 victory. Ignis finally gets a round back, showing he can still trade blows with the leader. Esther's 68% win rate on this specific map really highlights his comfort level here, and honestly, that high conversion rate is exactly why we're seeing him dominate the early stages of this match. It will be tough for Ignis to reverse the tide if he can't find some stability. Aster is cruising right now, firmly ahead 6-3. That's a strong response from the favorite. Ignis tried to mount a comeback, but that quick reflex from Aster shuts the door on the rally. Aster is just relentless, stretching that lead to 8-3. Aster is really putting those rank differences on display today. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, Ignis is struggling to keep up with his pace. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the expectations for this series. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis cuts the deficit slightly, now trailing by 3. He's proving that his ranking doesn't tell the whole story today. Aster keeps the pressure high, pushing it to 9-5. Aster is really asserting his status as the higher seeded player here. Ignis is really feeling the heat now, as Aster is just one step away from closing this out. The momentum swings back decisively as he secures his 3rd straight victory. He manages to claw one back here to keep things moving. He's fighting an uphill battle despite being the slight favorite. Ignis has really tightened up his game. We're seeing a lot more speed from him in these last few exchanges. What a surge! He's now completely flipped the script with 3 straight wins. The gap in the ladder isn't creating a problem for him. What a display! He is simply refusing to let this series slide away from him. He's just completely shut down his opponent's rhythm here. A quick response from Aster to stop that run and put himself in a prime position to finish the set. A perfect exchange here by Ignis, staying alive and refusing to go down quietly. And there it is. Aster closes this out with a flawless shot to seal the series. Ignis really fought his way back into this one, but he just couldn't find that last spark. He'll be gutted by that result. What a fight. Welcome back to Berserk League duels. We have Ignis and Mist facing off on Fast Aim today. Ignis has a substantial lead in their head-to-head history with 656 wins. It's a long-standing advantage that seems to get in Mist's head every time they meet. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can finally break that trend today. Ignis keeps the lead by utilizing the ramp to get that angle on Mist. It's a tough spot for the underdog to claw back from. Ignis is putting the pressure on with a 3-1 lead. The lower ranked player is fighting a steep uphill battle here. He's just too fast today, continuing this hot streak for a 4th straight round. Things are looking similar to that blowout earlier on Orange. Finally, a break for Mist, who shows some grit to take a round here. It's good to see the underdog starting to put up a fight. Mist actually holds a slight edge on this specific map with a 50% win rate. That's a bit surprising given how completely he was dismantled in their last head-to-head on Orange. He really needs to leverage that map knowledge if he wants to get back in the... Ignis shuts everything down from the ramp, taking a commanding lead. The higher rated player is definitely asserting himself here. He's just completely outclassed him from the ramp, extending the lead to 8-2. Mist manages to pick him off the wine box, cutting into that gap just before the break. A quick trade of momentum to cap off the first half. Ignis takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected given the skill gap. He's just too clean with his shots to let Mist get any real footing in the game. Time for a fresh start. Mist holds the high ground this time and manages to trade rounds back and forth with him. He's trying to shake off that tough result from his match against Aster. Ignis is still firmly in control at 9-5. He's fighting a tough slump after that tough stretch of matches recently. Ignis is simply dominating this, pushing ahead to 10-5. The number 24 spot is definitely feeling the pressure to close this out. Mist manages to outplay him even from that height, keeping the game alive for now. A clean sequence to keep the game within reach. Mist is really starting to find some momentum here, completely shutting down Ignis while he was perched on the ramp. Ignis answers back immediately, keeping himself firmly in the driver's seat. He's certainly putting the pressure on his opponent today. Both players were fighting for the same high ground here, and Mist just came out on top. He's showing way more resilience than he did on Orange. That was an effortless trade, leaving him just a single round shy of victory. He really is playing like the favorite tonight. Mist manages to secure a clean round here, keeping the dream alive. He's refusing to go down without a serious fight. A complete shootout where both players were reeling, but he just barely managed to survive that exchange. A desperate hold, but he's finally found some answers. He's on a tear now, taking a 3rd straight to bring this game right back to the wire. The pressure is shifting entirely onto the higher seeded player now. What a closing shot! Ignis guns him down from the ramp to finish the series. Mist really pushed him to the absolute limit this time, making it feel like that earlier stomp was just a fluke. He deserved more for that comeback. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Red Line. Aster and Mist are ready to go with the favorite facing a real challenge today. Aster has dominated this specific rivalry with 89 wins over Mist in their head-to-head history. It's a huge gap, but the momentum clearly shifted after that first round. We'll see if the historical edge actually carries any weight tonight. Mist is putting on a clinic early, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure high. A complete shutdown. He just won't let anything get past him right now. He answers back immediately and takes no damage in a very effortless exchange. A completely untouchable reaction from Aster, showing some real grit to claw back into this game. What a scramble! Mist just barely survives this firefight, picking the opponent off the ramp. Mist is simply not letting the lower seed get any breathing room right now. The momentum shift is total. Mist continues to surge forward with a third straight win. Aster wins the duel on the ramp to put a halt to that run. He's already carrying a lot of confidence after that dominant series against Ignis. He's showing some serious resolve, taking this one without taking a single hit. Aster strikes from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. The favorite is finally finding some footing in this series. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly where we want to be for a second half. Aster looks like he's finally starting to lean on that superior head-to-head record to stay steady. Time to shake things up. He takes control from the ramp, showing a whole lot of strength to keep this fight alive. Pure confidence from the higher ranked man as he takes the lead. And we're locked in a 7-7 deadlock. A real battle of wills from the man currently sitting at rank 29. Mist edges ahead, claiming a narrow 8-7 lead. A really surprising turn of events given those previous encounters. He's completely in control now, taking another round without letting Aster land a single shot. That was a lengthy stare down, but he finally finds the opening to close the gap. The momentum is shifting, but he's still fighting an uphill climb. Mist is keeping his composure despite having a low 47% all-time win rate. It's clear, he's ignoring his usual struggles to really push the pace. He needs to maintain this focus if he wants to close out the set. Aster outplays him in a battle for the ramp, continuing this tenacious climb back into the game. He is really starting to claw back toward that narrow lead. He just cleared the ramp with a perfect shot to bring this whole thing back to a level fight. Everything is back on the line as we head into the final stretch. The pace is absolutely electric right now. We're seeing these exchanges wrap up in the blink of an eye. It's a tough run for him after those losses to Ignis. He's simply refusing to go away, securing the ramp for another huge round to lock this at 11-11. He's just completely taken over, claiming another victory to put him one step away from victory. What an unbelievable turnaround! He storms back from a huge deficit to seize the victory. He really dug deep to get that victory after almost slipping away. Mist fought like a lion today, but he just couldn't stop that final push. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Aster facing off today in the arena to see who comes out on top. Ignis actually holds a 54% lead in their lifetime head-to-head history. But that doesn't tell the full story since Aster has the significantly higher rating on the ladder. I wonder if that gap in skill will start to show as the match progresses.
Aster is pulling ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead.
Absolute dominance right now, and his win streak hits 3.
He's proven his higher position on the ladder right now.
He's just not letting up, securing a 4th straight win to put a serious grip on this game.
His recent form is looking dangerous right now.
He manages to shake off that losing streak with a clean finish, putting up a fight.
The pre-game favorite is finally starting to find his footing.
He is refusing to go away, stacking another win to pull right back into this. The odds were firmly in his favor coming into this. Ignis entered today as the clear favorite, yet he's clearly fighting an uphill battle. And honestly, he's looking a bit shaky compared to his usually steady performance. I'm curious to see if he can stabilize before Aster pushes the lead even further. He strikes from the ramp for another win, and we are officially all square. This is exactly why the betting odds leaned his way. Aster is playing these rounds fast and keeping the pressure on to stay ahead.
His dominance on this side of the map usually plays a huge role.
Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a bit of a shift here as the underdog is controlling the pace. He's clearly making use of his map advantage to stay ahead. Let's see if the momentum sticks.
Aster is really cruising right now, leading 8-5. He's really putting his superior ladder position on display here. Aster's just relentless, extending that lead to 9-5. He's really playing his way toward that top 15 spot.
The momentum has completely shifted and he's now putting together a commanding 3-round run. He's absolutely on fire, putting together a strong run to just 2 rounds away from victory. A huge round for the favorite, putting him just 1 step away from the victory.
It's just a stark contrast to the expectations we had this morning.
What a finish! Aster shuts the door completely to secure a huge victory. The gap in their rankings is just too wide to ignore. Aster is clearly in a league of his own today.